Good morning, colleagues. The Subcommittee on Health will now come to order. And due to COVID-19, today's hearing is being held remotely as well as in person. I'd just like to make a brief statement and then move on with our hearing. On the first day of President Biden's presidency, he announced a very high standard in terms of conduct in his administration. Dr. Eric Lander mistreated subordinates. It's a long record, and I believe that because he didn't live up to that standard that the president set, that his resigning was the right thing to do. And so he obviously is not here this morning. He resigned last evening. One of our nation's most brilliant scientists. And so he has stepped down from being the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Again, I think that was the right thing to do. Women are not lesser beings. For members and witnesses taking part in person, we're following the guidance of the CDC and the Office of the Attending Physician. So we're asking everyone to please wear your mask when you're not speaking. For members and witnesses taking part remotely, microphones will be set on mute to eliminate background noise. Members and witnesses, you will obviously need to unmute your microphone when you wish to speak. Since we have some witnesses appearing virtually today, I need to ask my colleagues in the hearing room to mute themselves whenever they're not speaking so we can clearly hear the witnesses' responses. If there's background noise, it really diminishes the voices of those that are testifying. Since members are participating from different locations at today's hearing, recognition of members for questions will be in the order of subcommittee seniority. Documents for the record should be sent to Megan Mullen at the email address we've provided to the staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the hearing. The chair now recognizes herself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. And before I begin that, I want to thank our witnesses this morning for being so cooperative to move your presence up in the hearing, given the absence of and the resignation of Dr. Lander. ARPA-H, the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, presents a unique opportunity to take a major leap forward in biomedical sciences by funding high-risk, high-reward innovation that will improve the quality of life for all. Let me start by describing where ARPA-H fits by painting a picture of the current landscape of biomedical innovation, which I think of as a tale of two mountains with a valley in between. On one end of the landscape, we have a mountain called basic research, which is supported by the National Institutes of Health, a research lab that traces its roots to a 1887 lab in the Marine Hospital Service. Basic research is curiosity-driven, motivated by a desire to expand humanity's knowledge. Discoveries in basic research are the critical building blocks for modern medicine. Everyone on this subcommittee supports NIH. We've worked to strengthen it and fund it, and we take great pride in it. On the other end of the biomedical innovation landscape is a mountain called applied research. Companies have a profit motive to commercialize scientific discoveries with market potential. Investors take risks in applied research, but only within a narrow band of what's foreseeable from the industry's perspective. The public depends on private investments to bring biomedical discoveries to market. In between these mountains of basic and applied research, it's what's called the Valley of Death. There are countless ideas that have the potential to be breakthrough cures, but the needed investment can't be raised because the risk is too great for private actors and is outside the realm of basic research. ARPA-H aims to turn this sunken valley into a lofty mountain where breakthrough discoveries can be realized on the deadliest diseases we face. How will this work in practice? For that answer, we turn to DARPA, which is the inspiration for ARPA-H. In many ways, DARPA mirrors the culture of Silicon Valley, which I'm very proud to represent. In the Valley, every successful entrepreneur stands on the shoulders of failed bets that came before them. Investors take many bets within a given area, and then they quickly double down on what works. This similarity in cultures between Silicon Valley and DARPA is not a coincidence. Many of DARPA's successes happened in the Valley. ARPANET, the precursor of the modern internet funded by DARPA, had one of its 4 original network nodes at Stanford Research Institute. DARPA also funded major developments in semiconductors made of silicon, the namesake of my region. And DARPA is the source of GPS, which has countless academic and commercial linkages to Silicon Valley. ARPA-H, as proposed in H.R. 5585, the Rph Act, would be an independent agency within HHS designed to make high-risk, high-reward investments. I've worked on the legislation for several months after the president convened a small group of bipartisan representatives and bicameral in the West Wing last March to describe his vision for the agency. Like DARPA, my legislation proposes ARPA-H to be made up of highly empowered program managers who are not career government employees, but are instead experts in their field who dedicate their time to short-term projects for long-term results. Some of these program managers could be NIH-funded career academic scientists ready to break the mold. Others could be leading computer scientists that build new methods of deploying AI to find discoveries for rare diseases. I've talked to many members of this subcommittee personally about the legislation to create ARPA-H, and it is my top legislative priority in this Congress, and I welcome your ideas on the topic. So if you haven't expressed them, make sure you do to me. Let me thank my colleagues, Congresswoman Diana DeGette and Congressman Fred Upton. They've also put a great deal of time and thought into this issue, and I'm pleased with their support of the legislation. Their work on Cures 1.0, we hear a continuing refrain about the effectiveness of that with that legislation that became law, and now their work on Cures 2.0. Many scientists have told me that the two bills are complementary, and I look forward to advancing both. Finally, this hearing was noticed, as I said at the beginning, as a 2-panel, and I want to welcome the panelists that changed their schedules to be the starting brilliant panel that I know that you are. So the chair is now pleased to recognize Mr. Guthrie, the ranking member of our subcommittee, for his 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Issue, and thank you. I want to associate with your words on Director Lander. Everybody deserves to be respected. Everybody deserves to be respected. And the ones who always think they're the smartest people in the room, sometimes other people are a lot smarter than you think they are, and we need to be mindful of that, and just disappointed that I'm glad he's not here today, because if he disrespected the meanest staff, but you know, he has answers that we need to, hopefully the White House will have somebody that can answer questions as well. Because today we're discussing the proposal for creating the Advanced Research Projects for Health, ARPA-H, that would establish a DARPA-like agency housed in the National Institutes of Health. Others and I on this committee have been strong supporters of healthcare innovation, specifically biopharmaceutical and biomedical research, and a great success story is Operation Warp Speed, which was established by President Trump at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. I think very early in President Biden's term, a group of us went to the Oval Office. I remember being in the Oval Office very early in the term, and we were talking about this, and I made the comment when we left, I don't know if any of you remember, I think I said that people are getting tired of votes going 220 to 215 in the House. People are ready to have agencies and things that we can work on together, and healthcare is something we've always been able to work on together, and you know, we we didn't see that. We didn't see bills that could generate bipartisan support moving forward. And we want to work together, but there are a couple of questions that we really need to ask, and I had told Dr. Lander before that these would come up, and because we had a phone call before all of his situation. And the question is NIH itself, and one is just the role of a new agency. And I just want to point out NIH. Last Congress, as ranking member of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, I co-led a letter to Director Collins of NIH and the Director Ray of the FBI to request information on how their agencies are working to remove foreign influence from biomedical research. NIH is the largest funder of biomedical research in the world, and Director Ray described how researchers from China can mask their identity to accept millions of U.S. grant dollars to steal U.S.-backed biomedical research to give China a competitive edge. And I know that some of my Republican colleagues have actively led on trying to get other information on grants from the NIH, and we have not been able to move forward. So it makes us more difficult to try to create a new agency that would be part of NIH. To be clear, I believe these hearings are important, and we need to understand the gaps in care across our healthcare system and how an agency like ARPA-H could close these gaps. So we need to, but we do have questions about how this new agency would impact research efforts being led by similar federal agencies in addition to our private sector partners. ARPA-H is anticipated to be housed within NIH, whose mission is to conduct fundamental basic research and ensure we have foundational understanding of how biological systems work. But remember, the private sector, not NIH, is responsible for bringing the breakthrough therapies to market, as only 5% of NIH-funded research initiatives result in treatments that come to the market and only yield 6 new patents for every 100 million spent on research. However, the research is built upon by the private sector to move forward. And the CBO data further shows the pharmaceutical industry invested $83 billion in research and development in fiscal year 2019 alone, with over 60% more drugs first coming to the market in the U.S. between 2010 and 2019, which underscores how effective private markets are in quickly adapting to patient needs. We ought to be finding out more about these opportunities and innovation that they require as well. Further, the U.S. and Drug Administration, the Biomedical Advanced Research Development Authority, and Defense Advanced Projects Agency, DARPA, are all federal entities working directly with our partnering with industry leaders developing cutting-edge technologies, and we want to know how ARPA-H will fit within these ongoing efforts within the private sector and these agencies, and especially since there are still some unanswered questions of how the agency will function, and I think still where it will actually be housed. So we're looking forward to working with members of this committee. We want to get answers to these questions about ARPA-H, but we do want to work and find policies that will bring about innovations and cures that will help the lives of our fellow citizens. And we thank you so much. And Madam Chair, I will yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair is now pleased to recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for your 5 minutes
Thank you.
for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eshoo. Today, the committee will examine the Biden administration's proposal to establish the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, or ARPA-H, and how this proposal could enhance the landscape of biomedical research. There's a lot of excitement for ARPA-H. Patient groups, academia, industry, and many others have voiced their support of this novel model to catalyze society-changing medical breakthroughs. Imagine a world with cancer-curing vaccines, no overdose deaths, genetic tests to detect and actually prevent illness, and a truly equitable health delivery system. It's hard to imagine at this point with COVID, but the possibilities with ARPA-H are endless. Today, America's existing biomedical research ecosystem is the best in the world. It's supported by the best universities, companies, and scientists. But there are still gaps and missed opportunities. Fundamental research conducted by universities, nonprofits, and government agencies requires a high degree of scrutiny in order to produce strong and objective knowledge. Once fundamental knowledge is established, translational science within the commercial sector takes over to develop cures, treatments, and technologies that address patient needs. And this process involves a degree of risk that oftentimes stands in the way of making life-saving discoveries. Some of the risk factors include cost and recruitment for clinical trials, scalability, regulatory pathways, and the question of profit. At the end of the day, the priorities of the academic and commercial sectors may result in ideas simply not being pursued that are considered too high risk, having a significant cost, or where the potential commercial market would not support the cost. So advanced research agencies like the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, have addressed these gaps. DARPA has done this by building on established fundamental research and funding time-limited, milestone-based translational research. This high-risk, high-reward model allows the defense research ecosystem to understand what works and what does not without spending decades of resources on trial and error. And as a result, DARPA has developed platform technologies that have changed the world, technologies that we use every day, including cell phones, the internet, flat-screen displays, and global positioning systems. DARPA is part of the Department of Defense, and importantly, it has not supplanted any function of the department's vast structure because its mission is unique and specific. So the same is true for ARPA-H. Its mission is to make pivotal investments in breakthrough technologies that can't readily be accomplished through traditional research and commercial activity. And I look forward to hearing from our panel of expert witnesses who have decades of experience in academia, fundamental research, federal public health agencies, and of course DARPA, to discuss the mission, structure, authority, timing, and funding of ARPA-H. Now, although this is not a legislative hearing, appropriators have introduced legislation that will fund ARPA-H at $3 billion in the House and $2.4 billion in the Senate. And that funding is contingent on this subcommittee writing and passing authorizing legislation. There are two existing proposals that would do so, one introduced by Chairwoman Eshoo and the other introduced by Representative Dingell, and I want to thank both of them for their outstanding leadership on this important issue. This subcommittee has a strong bipartisan history of supporting federal biomedical research. The proposal for ARPA-H is another opportunity for us to work together and establish an agency that will have a direct impact on fundamental research, breakthrough technologies, and healthier patient outcomes, and of course, keep us at the forefront of biomedical research in the United States. So I thank you again, Chairwoman Eshoo, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Representative Kathy McMorris-Rodgers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to associate myself with your comments regarding Dr. Lander. The question before this committee this morning is whether to create a new agency, ARPA-H, partly driven by the growing concerns as to the culture at NIH. Given Dr. Lander's sudden resignation last night, it only raises more questions in my mind as to what is really going on at NIH and the culture at NIH. I too want to thank the second panel for their flexibility in appearing before this committee earlier than you first anticipated. We're discussing the proposal to address and create the Advanced Research Agency for Health, ARPA-H. It's a new biomedical research agency with the initial price tag of $6.5 billion over 3 years. We are all proud that the United States is the leading nation, leading the world in biomedical research and innovation. Still, millions continue to suffer from diseases that do not have any treatment. I've been a longtime supporter of NIH. I have supported doubling the funding at NIH. I've supported projects like the BRAIN Initiative, intended to speed scientific research necessary to accelerate cures for neurologic diseases. But I do have some concerns with this particular proposal, and I want to address it in 3 main areas. Its intent ignores actions by the Biden administration and Speaker Pelosi that will destroy medical innovation, such as the government price controls. NIH is not cooperating or being transparent with Congress on how existing research funded by taxpayer dollars is being spent, especially in China. And lastly, many questions about ARPA-H proposal itself remain unanswered. Regarding innovation, my colleagues and I will send a letter to Secretary Becerra today to detail how the proposed national coverage determination for all biologics targeting amyloid for Alzheimer's will devastate innovation and hurt patients who rely on it. Bipartisan members of this committee have also written in opposition to the administration's decision to repeal a final rule that would have provided Medicare coverage for FDA-approved breakthrough medical devices. I'm concerned that innovation-crushing decisions like these are a preview of how the administration would abuse its power under government price controls. If innovation is truly what ARPA-H is about, re-proposing the NCD for Alzheimer's patients and innovators, giving them hope, reinstating the innovative medical device regulations, and abandoning government price controls are reasonable steps we should all take. Second, I'm not convinced that a brand new agency is the answer to or will be able to overcome the institutional, cultural, and bureaucratic barriers that are present at our federal scientific agencies. Our COVID-19 origins investigation has revealed that NIH has failed to do proper oversight and ensure accountability over research dollars, especially the risky research in China. Right now, NIH has a long way to go to build trust. It should start by providing complete transparency by complying with congressional oversight. Before we give the executive branch more authority and resources, let's make sure that we get the answers on what's being spent today and why. On to ARPA-H itself. There is a fundamental question about the role of the private sector and the role of the federal government. Right now, ARPA-H seems to lack a clear mission. I've asked for clarity from passionate advocates, researchers, the Biden administration, Dr. Collins. I asked Dr. Lander the last time we spoke. Everyone has a different answer. How could we hold an agency accountable for success without clear, measurable goals? I am concerned about duplication. In 2006, the NIH launched the Common Fund program, using a venture capital framework to tackle high-risk, milestone-driven projects to remove roadblocks in medical research that impede basic scientific discovery. In 2021, the program received over $640 million. In 2011, a new NIH Center for Biomedical Science, NCAS, was established to, quote, catalyze the generation of innovative methods and technologies. In the 21st Century Cures Act, Congress established the Cures Acceleration Network to reduce significant barriers between research, discovery, and clinical trials. 21st Century Cures gave NIH other tools to advance biomedical research, such as funding opportunities for young investigators, a specific program called High Risk, High Reward Research, and funded the Cancer Moonshot and the Brain Initiative, the Regenerative Medicine Innovation Project, and the All of Us Research Program. Are these existing programs not working? Let's do the oversight. A new agency brings a lot of other costs. Again, I am totally supportive. I want America to lead in innovation and medical research. But let's make sure that we're doing the job we need to do, this committee oversight of existing programs. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair would like to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' written opening statements will be made part of the record. Now, this is one of the best parts of a hearing, is to introduce our witnesses. And we, colleagues, this is really a sterling a panel of witnesses. The first, Dr. Keith Yamamoto, and he's here with us in person. He's the Vice Chancellor for Science Policy and Strategy, Director of Precision Medicine, and Professor of Cellular and Molecular Pharmacology at the University of California, San Francisco. Welcome to you, Dr. Yamamoto. It's an honor to have you with us. Virtually, we have Dr. Esther Krofu. She is the Executive Director of Faster Cures and the Center for Public Health at the Millikan Institute. Thank you to you for being with us. Dr. Jeffrey Ling, here in person, is the CEO of On Demand Pharmaceuticals, the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine professor, and Johns Hopkins Hospital attending physician. Dr. Ling also served as the founding director of DARPA's Biological Technologies Office and is a retired colonel with 21 years of service as an Army medical officer. It really is difficult to abbreviate your backgrounds. So, colleagues, I'm just giving a snapshot, but if you go into the testimony and the bios, you'll be reading single-spaced for quite a while. Our country is blessed with the leadership of each one of these individuals. Dr. Brett Giroir has served as the Assistant Secretary of Health at HHS. He's testified many times at our committee. The acting FDA commissioner, director of the Defense Sciences Office at DARPA, and admiral in the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps. Welcome to you, Dr. Gerard, it's good to have you with us once again. Dr. Brian Miller is here with us in person. He's a practicing hospitalist and an assistant professor of medicine and business at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. Welcome to you. To each one of you, we're proud to have you here. We're grateful to you. We look forward to your testimony. For those that are here with us in person, you're probably familiar with the system of lights here in front of you. You have 1 minute remaining when the light turns yellow, and I think everyone knows what a red light is signaling. So Dr. Yamamoto, thank you again. You have 5 minutes for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairwoman Eshoo, Ranking Member Guthrie, and members of the subcommittee. It's also nice to see my friend Congressman DeGette here as well. It's an honor to present a statement before you today. I shall address two questions. First, why at this moment of spectacular discoveries about biological mechanisms and disease, most of them NIH-sponsored, should Congress be establishing another agency, ARPA-H? And second, why should Congress ensure that ARPA-H is fully independent with a culture and practices that seem almost polar opposite to NIH's successful model? First, why ARPA-H now? The policy framework for federal support of U.S. science and technology was set in 1945 by President Roosevelt's science advisor. Government would fund basic research, that is, discovery of new knowledge and training of future generations of scientists. Industry would then develop the new knowledge into products from which they would profit, and the American people would enjoy a happier, more secure quality of life. In the case of health, for example, we needed basic research to understand biological processes, how molecules collaborate to make cells, tissues, organs, and healthy human beings. Basic research has to be untargeted. We don't know what we don't know. So NIH created a competitive funding program giving university scientists freedom to let their curiosity, ingenuity, and expertise determine which biological processes they wish to study and how they would study them. NIH's funding apparatus is driven by peer review. Working scientists serve on committees to decide which proposals submitted by their colleagues will win funding, with many scientists each pursuing whichever biological process intrigues them. The gaps in our knowledge are being filled. Now, peer review is not perfect. Dr. Francis Collins, just retired as NIH director, acknowledged that the NIH process, quote, is a little slow, a little conservative, not necessarily going to embrace the transformative projects, close quote. Yet, this curiosity-driven model is by any measure the world's greatest knowledge discovery engine for biomedical research. For example, 99 of the 230 Nobel Prizes ever awarded in chemistry, physiology, or medicine have gone to 163 NIH-supported scientists. Astonishing dominance. However, new knowledge alone is insufficient to motivate industry to develop applications. Among the 9,000 known human diseases, there are approved treatments for only about 500. And among the 24 most impactful drugs on the market, the median time between the key bit of knowledge discovery and FDA approval was 32 years. Clearly, pharma and biotechs face many barriers. Economic risk too high, near-term markets too small, scope too broad for any one company to realize profit, industry alone unable to do the job. Thus, federal science and technology policy needs a revise. Government support is required to de-risk industry participation, and government coordination and management are required to set and meet audacious goals. That's ARPA-H. So question number 2, why should Congress endow ARPA-H with a drastically different culture and operating model? Consider first ARPA-H's distinctive goals. Its starting point is NIH's end point. Discovered knowledge is the foundation for ARPA-H development of platform technologies, devices, therapeutics. It seeks applications rather than discovery of knowledge to demonstrate feasibility of transformative concepts, de-risking development. Next, look at the Rph Operating Model, which draws on DoD's DARPA, which Drs. Ling and Mrna will discuss, and they have been mentioned here already. Support and manage program-specific, transdisciplinary, multi-sector partnerships and teams to meet contract goals set and enforced by ARPA-H program managers. Embrace bold approaches, tolerate failure, create advanced technologies, computational tools, novel materials, imaging methods, all leveraged on chronic and infectious diseases, and on countless rare diseases, which afflict millions but receive scant attention due largely to market-size concerns. None of this looks like NIH, so ARPA-H needs to look and act differently. At the same time, though, NIH must continue to thrive for ARPA-H to succeed. Thus, Congress should install safeguards to prevent ARPA-H funding from supplanting NIH investments or threatening its culture. For ARPA-H itself, Congress should provide independence to construct a flat, nimble operating model that supports program managers, each overseeing a daunting health challenge and a bold path to its solution. Congress should grant the director and program managers authorities, flexibilities, and yes, appropriations for hiring diversity, contracting, broad partnering, and ethical and efficient IP and tech transfer. Importantly, ARPA-H should be authorized as an independent agency within HHS rather than as a component of NIH. Dr. Regina Dugan, a renowned former director of DARPA, puts it this way: an organization like ARPA-H exists to challenge conventional wisdom. Don't put it inside the very organization that holds the conventional wisdom, close quote. Creating a new culture and operating model is always difficult, but creating it within a very different and long-established one is likely impossible. Thus, the actions of Congress in authorizing these agencies will influence, if not determine, its success or failure. Thankfully, the legislation developed by Chairwoman Eshoo and all of you wisely recognizes the critical elements of independence, authority, culture, policy, and practice that will place ARPA-H on a positive trajectory. ARPA-H repairs a weakness in our federal science and technology policy. ARPA-H will consolidate new scientific knowledge and devise strategies and tools that will improve and extend lives for all, including those long disadvantaged. This concludes my testimony. I'd be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you again for the
Thank you,
opportunity to
Dr. Yamamoto. Next, we will hear testimony from Ms. Esther Crofu. You have 5 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eshoo, Ranking Member Guthrie, and members of the Subcommittee on Health for the opportunity to provide input on the proposed Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, ARPA-H. My name is Esther Crofu, and I'm Executive Director of 2 centers of the Milken Institute, Faster Cures, and the Center for Public Health. Faster Cures is driven by a singular goal: to save lives by speeding scientific advancements to all patients. We like to say our name is our mission. With an independent voice, Faster Cures is working to build a system that is effective, efficient, and patient-centered. During the pandemic, we have witnessed the rapid development of effective COVID-19 vaccines in under a year, and development of therapeutics and diagnostics that demonstrates how critical scientific discovery translated into real products and interventions save lives. But many patients are asking, if it can be done for COVID-19, can it also be done for my disease condition? This morning I speak to you as my father is fighting stage 4 cancer, hoping for some more time so that he can see his children and grandchildren achieve their dreams. ARPA-H holds the promise to work at the cutting edge of science, to take risks and achieve breakthroughs that can improve lives, like my father's, but countless others. Faster Cures has long supported NIH DARPA-like authorities and capabilities for more high-risk, solutions-oriented R&D. So we are gratified that this concept is being seriously considered at this time. My comments today will be in the following areas: the structure of the proposed new agency, including its location, leadership, authorities, and funding. Second, its activities, including priority setting, and coordination with other agencies and sectors. Some have questioned whether ARPA-H should be housed within NIH, as currently proposed. There is, of course, a more recent example of the DARPA model that has been stood up and can be looked to for lessons learned, and that is ARPA-E, which resides within the Department of Energy, but employs an operating model like DARPA's. We have seen with ARPA-E that an entity like this can exist within a larger federal agency and still foster a different culture and operating model with the right toolkit and key ingredients. As such, we do not see a reason ARPA-H could not be situated within NIH and still accomplish its mission, including advantages to having easy access to other NIH infrastructure, personnel, programs, and expertise. We would like to emphasize that this new entity should not be considered as a substitute for the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences, NCATS. NCATS has a broad remit to support the whole field and discipline of translational and clinical research. That needs to remain distinct and well supported. Who leads a new ARPA-H entity will be critical, especially as its first leader, and should be selected by their visionary capacity and ability to inspire and empower a new team directing milestone-driven initiatives. ARPA-H will need to ensure expertise from the private sector is engaged both internally and externally. It should ideally have a leader with experience outside academia, with a proven track record of success and managing through failures. It will need an external advisory body comprised of patient organizations, industry, academia, and other nonprofits to inform the agency's priorities. Representatives should also include those from underserved minority communities, defining problems that are most important to be solved. DARPA's program managers are a critical asset and should also be for ARPA-H. Ensuring key people are recruited for those positions is central to the culture necessary for the success of this effort. This is likely to require freedom from the usual constraints of the federal hiring process in order to bring in the right people for limited durations, do it quickly, and pay them appropriately. Perhaps as more important than the exact budget number is a consistency of funding and sustainability over time. This needs to be a multi-year commitment of effort and funding. It is bigger than a 3-year budget line item. Collaboration with other federal agencies is necessary for the success of ARPA-H. FDA is obviously a critical link in the process that gets exciting new science and products into the hands of patients. We need to make sure they have the resources and expertise to keep pace and effectively regulate new technologies coming to them for review through efforts like ARPA-H. There also needs to be active and regular engagement with other agencies critical to advancing solutions to patients such as CMS and CDC. ARPA-H should develop a data-driven and transparent process for setting priorities, including in prioritizing conditions with high unmet need and low innovation activity. In creating this new entity, we should heed key lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic. Investment should be prioritized in platform technologies and research infrastructure. I'd like to conclude by thanking you for the opportunity to offer input, and I'm happy to discuss these ideas further and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, the chair recognizes and thanks Dr. Jeffrey Ling for being with us today in person. You have to know that this is it's a treat for us to have people here in person. It has been a rarity now for 2 years. So welcome to you, and you have 5 minutes for your testimony, Doctor.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eshoo. Good morning, Ranking Member Guthrie and distinguished members of the Congress. I have to tell you that you've been thanking us, but I have to thank you. This is a life memory for me, so thank you all. My name is Jeffrey Ling, and I want to start by saying I am an Army officer. So the way I talk, please forgive me, because I spent 21 years as a military officer. I served in the United States Army, I served in Afghanistan, I served in Iraq as a military physician. I was fortunate, since leaving government service, to be able to go ahead and become CEO of my own company called On Demand Pharmaceuticals. I'm also a professor of neurology at the Johns Hopkins, where I still practice medicine on occasion. I'm getting kind of old for it, but it is what it is. So my comments are my own, please. They do not reflect that of Hopkins, On Demand, or the U.S. Army. Relevant to this hearing, I was the founding director of the Biological Technologies Office at DARPA, and I served at the agency for 11 years. Also relevant to this hearing, I served for the NIH for 14 years. I was on advisory councils and study sections. So from this perspective, I'm going to address my comments. DARPA was founded in 1958 in response to an existential threat, Sputnik. ARPA-H is being considered in the shadow of a real threat, COVID. But in adversity, there's opportunity. There's a real chance to do something new, do something special, do something bold. And that is create an agency that says yes. Everybody else looks to say no. No is the easiest answer. It means you don't have to do anything. It means you're happy with the status quo. It means that you are just fine to go back to do what you were doing. But you want an agency that says yes. Yes, I'll go after autism. Yes, I'll go after Alzheimer's. Yes, I'll go after glioblastoma multiforme, a brain tumor. And it's just not saying yes, it's knowing how to say yes. It's not about more money. It's about how to spend the money. Not what to spend the money on, but how to spend the money on. When I was at DARPA, we recognized that this is taxpayer money. It's not my money. This is not the investigators' money. It's taxpayer money. The people who work every doggone day who expect you to perform against it to deliver something for them. And how do you do that? You do that by making sure that everybody knows what they're trying to accomplish. This is about affirming, changing, or rejecting current clinical care. If you're not doing one of those three things, you're not doing the job. You want to affirm it, you want to reject it, you want to change it. You got to come to work every day knowing that. You got to come to work thinking that you have autism or your child has autism. When we looked at DARPA performers, we expected them to have that level of commitment. And what was given in return? DARPA program managers, ARPA program managers, will work with those groups. From end to end. It's not about doing the science. That's the first step. You got to get through regulatory. Then somebody's got to make it. Then somebody's got to distribute it. And then the patient community has to embrace it. It's an end-to-end solution. Programs are meant to address all of these. At the start of a DARPA BTO project, it is not just the scientist. It is the scientist who's being reviewed by, not peers, I'm sorry, but they're reviewed by NIH officers, DOD science officers, FDA science officers. Why the FDA, you would ask? Because the FDA should be there at the beginning because you've got to get through them. It's a fact of life. If they're not there at the beginning, they're not going to be there at the end. You have to resource these performers. Give them the people they need. Give them the equipment they need. Give them the money they need. But do not give them the time they ask for. Time is the worst enemy we have. ARPA-H is going to be like DARPA. Hold them to time. And you're going to say, a lot of people are saying, oh, I need more time, I need more time. Those are not the people you want. You want the person who says, put me in, coach. Put me in. And recognize that it's not a gift. It's taxpayer money. If they're not delivering, fire them, get somebody else. If you look at national baseball teams, who makes it to the World Series? People who recognize that the inside infielder may not be the one you started with, may not be the one you're going to end with. Because at the end of the day, you're trying to get in the World Series. It's not about who, it's about the what. It's about the mission. Get the mission done. So when you ask, should there an ARPA-H exist? Of course. I'm not going to go through all the wonderful things that all of my friends have said. I agree with them completely. This is about how it should be constructed. It should be independent. It needs to be independent because you need people there who are going to have the determination, have the drive, have the urgency to get the job done, end to end. And it means at the very outset, the scientists, the regulators, industry, and the patient advocacy groups, and the clinicians. If you don't have them all there at the beginning, and you don't have them throughout this, you will have a valley of death, Chairwoman Eshoo. You are right. We cross that by bridging it at the beginning. Look at how DARPA does this. The model exists. You're not looking for another model. It exists. All the authorities needed have been already been awarded by the Congress. Just institute them in this agency of ARPA-H. We talk about U.S. losing ground. Let me tell you right now, U.S. will not lose ground. I tell you why that is, because of this. No totalitarian government would ever set up a DARPA, ever. Put smart people, fund them, turn them loose? Who in heaven's name would do that if you were a totalitarian dictator? You wouldn't. You'd only do it in our kind of environment. So at the end of the day, I want to thank this committee for allowing me to speak, but I say that now's the time, and please make it independent.
Spoken like a general in the Army. Thank you very much. Next, the chair is so pleased to recognize Dr. Brett Giroir. You have 5 minutes for your testimony, and welcome again to the subcommittee.
Chairwoman Eshoo, Ranking Member Guthrie, subcommittee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify about this historic moment in American history, the creation of ARPA-H. Long before I became Assistant Secretary for Health, DARPA was my passion. In 1998, I joined a technical assessment council sponsored by DARPA to probe scientific frontiers and recommend new DARPA initiatives. 5 years later, I formally joined DARPA as the Deputy Director and then Director of the Defense Sciences Office, where I had the honor of working with Dr. Ling. I was the first physician to lead an office at DARPA in its then 50-year history. On numerous occasions, I have assessed concepts for organizations modeled on DARPA. Frequently, these have failed to achieve their potential because of fatal flaws that condemn them to mediocrity. America cannot afford to have a mediocre ARPA-H. There are two overriding principles that must be the foundation of the agency. First, at all costs, ARPA-H must nurture a culture of innovation where the staff seek transformational advances, not incremental change, where there is no disincentive for failure, only for not being bold enough, where conventional wisdom is generally rejected in favor of novel approaches, where the power of ideas is always more important than a proposer's institutional brand, and where the goal is to create interactive collaboration rather than stovepipe competition. Second, program managers will make or break ARPA-H. The director must have the ability to motivate, attract, hire, and enable program managers from the government, academia, nonprofits, and industry. Program managers must be diverse, entrepreneurial, and excel across multiple scientific disciplines. Next, let me address a few specific issues. One, I believe it would be a fatal mistake to organize ARPA-H within the NIH. To a great degree, we need ARPA-H because the NIH cannot maintain a culture of radical innovation, disciplined execution, specific accountability, and streamlined processes that are essential for ARPA-H. Don't misunderstand me. The NIH is outstanding at what it does, but it will never be DARPA or ARPA-H. As such, I strongly support that ARPA-H be independent of the NIH and that the director report directly to the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Two, ARPA-H must have rapid, streamlined, and non-burdensome processes to make financial awards within weeks, not months or years. Three, ARPA leadership must be able to select performers based on the overall likelihood of the program success. They must be empowered to select diverse technical approaches and manage overall risks. Four, with the exception of core business and legal components, ARPA-H staff must have term limits. Five, like DARPA, ARPA-H must employ disciplined execution. Awardees' progress should be reviewed weekly by program managers, quarterly by office directors, and annually by the director. There are milestones and timelines, and if these are not met, the entire agency must address the root causes and attempt to remedy them. Six, the ARPA-H director must have deep technical knowledge in a field, but by definition cannot be expert in everything that ARPA-H will address. More importantly, the director must be strategic, visionary, and able to recruit the best and the brightest. And needless to say, the director's ability to communicate is paramount. Seven, the initiatives at ARPA-H must be informed by national priorities, but they must also intersect with scientific opportunities. It may not be possible to, quote, cure stage 4 cancer next year, but it is possible to develop systems for extraordinarily early diagnosis of multiple cancers at home on a rapid test, enabling early treatment. In the short term, I believe it is possible for ARPA-H to develop systems to monitor improved health equitably in the home, to prevent falls among the elderly, to dramatically lessen maternal mortality, to develop a new paradigm to solve neurodegeneration, and to shield our nation from future pandemics. In conclusion, when the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, the United States channeled its shock into action. DARPA. DARPA has changed the world. The internet, GPS, stealth, NASA, microelectronics, autonomous vehicles, the bionic arm developed by Dr. Ling, and mRNA vaccines. Much like our nation's Sputnik moment, it is time for America to admit that the health of our nation is intolerably poor, that health disparities have worsened, and that we spend far too much to get so little in return. ARPA-H is our best opportunity to catalyze a healthier future for all Americans. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giroir. You really offered compelling testimony to my colleagues and myself. Next, the chair is pleased to recognize and welcome Dr. Brian Miller. Dr. Miller, I introduced him earlier, but we love the word practicing hospitalist. So we're delighted to have you, honored actually, and extra pleased because you're here with us in the hearing room. You have 5 minutes for your testimony, Doctor.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eshoo, Ranking Member Guthrie, and distinguished members of the Subcommittee on Health for inviting me to share my views on biomedical research and ARPA-H, the question for today. As you mentioned, I'm a practicing hospitalist, and my other hat is actually as a health policy researcher. I run a 15-person group and have experience at 4 regulatory agencies, which are sometimes barriers to innovation, or at other times they facilitate it. Today I'm here in my own capacity, and my views don't represent those necessarily of Hopkins or Johns Hopkins Medicine. I think we all know that innovation, and no one would disagree that innovation is important to us as consumers or patients, as citizens, as clinicians, and as a country. That's why we spend over $70 billion in taxpayer funds across 10 agencies. More than that actually, there's quite a list. And $31 billion through the NIH's Extramural Grant Program. The private sector accompanies us on this journey and spends around $89 billion annually, and venture capitalists join us with an additional $36 billion. ARPA-H, as proposed, has multiple challenges as I see it. The first is structural. We're duplicating core functions, administrative and otherwise. The lack of a clear scientific mission and a strategic plan, to me, is most concerning. I've heard all kinds of good visions about things that we can and should do, and agree that we can and should support innovation. However, after meeting with 5,100 stakeholders, the White House should release a clear report identifying the scientific and medical research gaps, along with a strategic plan, before, as my colleagues mentioned, we spend taxpayer money to the tune of $6.5 billion. I do agree with all of my colleagues that the basic principles of tenure-limited leadership and program managers, managerial independence, and minimal bureaucracy are to be applauded. And in fact, we could think about applying them to some of the existing agencies. But ARPA-H, even before this, is not enough. China is a rising threat. The biopharmaceutical company market cap of Chinese companies rose from $3 billion to $380 billion, a 100-fold increase over the last 5 years. There were 23 Chinese life science IPOs in 2020, and of the world's largest bioscience IPOs, 7 of 10 were from China. China has more researchers than we do and more patents granted. The Chinese Communist Party has made research and development, and in fact dominance thereof, with specific GDP targets in national priority, representing political risk for us. The 1,000 Talents program, launched in 2008, recruited 7,000 scientists and even featured an ad in Nature magazine. So ARPA-H is really not enough if we're going to respond to China. We need to protect our greatest achievement, which is our biomedical research industrial complex. Instead, we should apply the principles that we are talking about here today for ARPA-H to part of a program that we already fund, the NIH Extramural Grant Program, where we invest $31 billion of taxpayer funds every year. Let's look to change part of the NIH and the Extramural Grant Program into ARPA-H. Let's have transparency and accountability for indirect costs. Let's have indirect cost reforms to find more funds for researchers without an additional burden on taxpayers who already face inflation. Let's decrease investigator administrative burdens. And most importantly, that sort of enthusiasm and the 3 shots of espresso that my colleague Dr. Ling had, as did I probably this morning, let's get that into the NIH Extramural Grant Program. We talk about problems. Well, we all admit that there are problems there. Let's address them. I also want to say that in addition to looking at the Extramural Grant Program and just innovation overall, we can't ignore regulatory burdens such as the Medicaid drug rebate program or the need for new FDA regulatory pathways for software-driven medical devices and other potential future states. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Okay, we've heard from all of our panelists, and the chair recognizes herself for 5 minutes for questions. Dr. Yamamoto, you've spent and continue to, you have an illustrious career working with and around NIH. Why do you feel so strongly that ARPA-H should be located outside of the agency? And I'd also like to have Dr. Giroir and Dr. Ling answer that question.
Thank you for that question. The
Perhaps,
mission.
Dr. Yamamoto, if you could, it would be interesting if you would rebut Dr. Miller.
Excuse me? I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
To rebut Dr. Miller, where you agree or disagree. Helpful to us.
But you asked specifically whether the argument why it should be located outside of NIH. And I think that the main force of that argument is that the mission and goals of ARPA-H are different. NIH is a masterful agency at discovery of new knowledge, but does not actually extend to being able to develop applications for that new knowledge. And the route for being able to do that has already been cast and demonstrated extremely well in DARPA and ARPA-E, actually. And so I think that's the reason that it should be outside. Setting up that new culture and operating model within the culture and operating model of NIH, as successful as it is, right, would be challenging at best. And my fear is that the agency would actually fail if it were to try to be within the NIH.
Dr. Ling? You need to turn your microphone on so we can hear your commanding voice.
I never want to go ahead of a ranking officer. So anyway, I do believe that ARPA-H needs to be independent. As we had talked about the construct of this new agency, ARPA-H, to put it inside of NIH, which does its job and does it well, it has created a certain structure, a certain organization, and of course, a certain culture. That culture has been successful for what it does. We're asking ARPA-H to do something completely different, to take a bold, initiated view of things, to do an end-to-end type of approach towards building capability. That's number one. The goal of ARPA-H is to create capability. The role of NIH is to create new knowledge, which it does beautifully. So when you ask an agency that exists, does their job well, and you subsume another one underneath it, it's going to lose its identity, it's going to lose its structure, it's going to lose its way. So ARPA-H, if it's going to be something new, something bold, something innovative, then it needs to be set free to do exactly that. And I would point out that we're not doing something brand new, never heard of before. It's following a model that has worked, DARPA. DARPA's model has worked. So that is really why I feel passionately that for ARPA-H to work, it needs to follow the same model.
Thank you. Dr. Giroir?
I completely agree with my colleagues. Tom Brady may be the best quarterback in history, but probably would not have been a good linebacker. The NIH is outstanding at what it does, but it does not have that type of culture, execution, and methodology that an ARPA-H does need. And look, at DARPA, we frequently work with the NIH investigators, right? These are the foundations of the knowledge, that one little glimpse to say yes to. People funded by the National Science Foundation, by the Office of Naval Research. These are very complementarily and synergistic organizations, but you can't fuse them because you lose the culture of both if you do that. And again, you cannot condemn ARPA-H to mediocrity from the moment it's born. I feel really strongly, as my colleagues do, that being independent but highly interactive with all the basic research agencies is the way to do this.
Dr. Eshoo, or
Yes,
Ms. Eshoo, if I
yes,
may,
Dr. Yamamoto.
if I may, just comment on one point made by our colleague, Ms. Krofa, that ARPA-H would be able to work well within the NIH because of the demonstration of ARPA-E being existing within DOE. And actually, these are non-parallel situations. Regina Dugan, former our DARPA director, has made that point, and I think that others have as well, that the focus of the mission agencies is narrow and really tightly defined. And so if ARPA-H were in the NIH, it would be much more like DARPA being within the Air Force. DARPA is in the DOD, and so we're talking about ARPA-H being within the HHS.
HHS. Thank you. That's very helpful. Now I'd like to recognize the ranking member of our subcommittee, Mr. Guthrie, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much. And first, to Dr. Krofa, my prayers are with your father. You said your father's, in your testimony, struggling with stage 4 cancer, and you're saying that he hopes that he lives long enough to see his children and grandchildren live their dreams. My guess, if he's watching his accomplished daughter this morning, heavily credentialed, testifying before Congress, he's living one of his dreams. So our thoughts and prayers are with you. And people's personal stories matter, and they bring us forward. So when we were going to have a previous witness from the White House, I talked to him this week. One of my questions that we wanted to answer is why is ARPA-H needed, and where should it be, in NIH or outside, and which we're talking about today. And so when we compare DARPA and Sputnik, it appears to me, I wasn't around the 1950s, I was a child born in the 60s, but there was really no private sector doing Sputnik or those types of things. And so all of a sudden we had to put all forces of government to move forward, in which we did this summer with COVID-19 and the mRNA vaccine. And I know that Pfizer-BioNTech used their experience to develop mRNA cancer vaccines to create vaccines for COVID. So this is for Dr. Miller. In fact, the company announced in October 2021 they began phase 2 trials in US, Germany, Spain, and Belgium to use technology to treat colorectal cancer. And so in the ARPA-H concept paper, they use this as an example. Said if we have ARPA-H, we're going to be able to take NIH's research and use mRNA vaccines as an example of transformative projects. So the question is, that is happening in the private sector. And I think Dr. Yamamoto said that we have NIH doing basic research, which we all agree, and then it's executed, we need ARPA-H to execute that research. And so my question, Dr. Miller, is that being done in the private sector? And do we need another government agency to do that? And we're just trying to get to the bottom of that.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly. I think that this highlights that we need to actually define what the gap is. So we have the NIH spending $31 billion, industry spending $89 billion, the life sciences venture capital community, largely California Research Triangle Park, spending $36 billion. What are the specific disease targets? What are the specific platform technologies that we see as gaps? We haven't really seen that. I've seen clear suggestions that ARPA-H is a good idea, but not yet a clear strategic priority. And of course, on top of this, if we are actually going to occupy with a government agency that translational enterprise, we are potentially going to crowd out private sector investment.
So I think in 83 billion in research was through the private sector alone, was invested in 2019. How do you see the marketplace as you just kind of got to currently adapting to unmet clinical needs? And what we're trying to find, when we talked with Dr. Lander before, it was we have NIH, as we talked about here today, then we have a gap, and then we have the execution in the private sector. So what is the gap, and then how can the gap be filled?
I think the gap is already being filled by the private sector, frankly, in industry. If we look at orphan indications, rare diseases, we now have gene therapy. We have the accelerated approval pathway, which allows early market entry for oncologic therapies for products and disease indications which people previously had no hope. I think if we want to change how we do research, we should think about getting more money out of the indirect costs that we already spend at the NIH in the extramural grant program rather than burdening taxpayers further.
So Dr. Yamamoto and Dr. Ling, or one of the two of you who've advocated for ARPA-H, would you argue why the private sector isn't filling that, why ARPA-H is needed to fill the gap? Because you're obviously arguing there's a gap. And so why there's a gap and why the private sector is not filling it?
There is a gap. There is a gap. There are 10,000 known diseases. There's only 700 cures and treatments. That's a pretty big gap. I'm a practicing physician also, and I'm a neurologist, which is the worst. So there is so much in the gap in terms of what I'm able to provide patients, Alzheimer's disease. We can go down the list. I'm not going to do that. There's some very simple things that an ARPA-H could do that do where the private sector is not filling. The private sector is actually quite conservative. And the point is that early government investment can yield a huge amount of private industry pull. The trick is getting through the valley of death. We've talked about that again and again. And so that's why I'm saying that this construct of an ARPA-H is to create that end-to-end, going forward type of approach. That's really what's needed. You have to de-risk it at each step of the way. We do this at DARPA all the time. You have to de-risk it at each handoff. You have to de-risk it for the FDA. You have to de-risk it for the industry. You have to de-risk it for the patients and the clinicians. There's de-risking along the way. Government support, government being that they don't have the constraints that the private industry has, for example. I mean, I am a CEO of my own company that I founded. There is a lot of elements to it that government funding does, in fact, really help. But I'll give you a tangible example, a very tangible example, all right? And forgive me, this may take a little bit more than 2 minutes.
You need to summarize, Dr.
I'll
Ling,
summarize
so
it.
Dr. Yamamoto can give his
I tell you what,
answer.
I'll just yield to Dr. Yamamoto.
Okay.
I'm just going to yield to Dr. Yamamoto, an old friend.
Thanks, Jeff. There is a gap. I mentioned the fact that the time between the basic science observation that eventually leads to an FDA-approved drug is 32 years median time. That's a gap, right? We need to fill that gap because patients are sick and dying during that period.
Okay, I guess I'll yield back. Just saying, I know that some of the 10,000 diseases are at the NIH level and not moving forward. So, I mean, not saying they won't get to the private sector move forward as well in the gap. But thanks so much for your answers. I really appreciate it. Sorry I went over. I apologize. I yield back.
You don't have to apologize. Everything that's being discussed is important, and there's so many facets to this. So the gentleman yields back. The chair is pleased to recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam
And
Chair.
thank you for allowing us to have this hearing.
It's a consensus. Dr. Ling, over the course of your career, you have participated in and led biomedical discoveries that have transformed medicine, notably your work at DARPA. And the stated goal of ARPA-H is to expedite cross-cutting technologies and discoveries like the Genome Project, not every 20 or 30 years, but every 5 to 10. We've seen the success of programs like DARPA and ARPA-E, but yet engineering systems are not direct comparisons to human biology and complex diseases. So I just want to better understand why ARPA-H is the appropriate model for achieving biomedical breakthroughs and why now is the right time. I know my first question really expands on what you've already said today, which is, what is the gap between fundamental research and commercial sectors that ARPA-H seeks to fill?
No, thank you, Congressman. What ARPA-H offers is the opportunity to leverage against the successes of the NSF and the NIH and other agencies that do fundamental research. Biology is not engineering, that is true. But the way to do research can follow a model that does work in engineering. So a timeline-driven, a milestone-gated, with clear deliverables at the end of a performance period are in fact good ways to fundamentally support advancement of R&D so that it can get into and across the valley of death. That is the most important thing. It's not a question of is it biology or is it chemistry or it's physics or engineering. It's really of how to manage the research and how to manage the research dollars. As Dr. Girard already gave you an outline of, ARPA takes a very disciplined approach to it, much like ARPA-H must do as well. To differentiate itself, it must take a very disciplined approach on how the dollars are spent. Milestone-driven, timeline-limited, with clear deliverables. Those are the essential elements of success in an ARPA-like construct. And therein lies, so it's not really a question of is this amenable, it is how the dollars are managed. That's very, very important. The accountability of that money has to lie with the program manager. The accountability of the program manager lies with the director. And the director's accountability lies, of course, with the Congress as well as the secretary of the HHS. There has to be accountability to the money.
Okay. Now, let me just combine my second and third question, which are how will ARPA-H be more effective at advancing cures and treatments for the medical field's biggest challenges, and why is ARPA-H additive rather than duplicative of existing programs addressing translational research, such as NCATS, if I could combine those two?
Again, it comes exactly to what I said, it's the process. So one of the things that when we set out to do the robot arm that you had heard about, the prosthetic arm, was that it had to be delivered within 4 years. There were clear gates that go through it and so on and so forth. But that achieved it. But at the beginning of that program, we had NSF science officers and FDA officers helping review the program and being part of the program so that by the time at the 4-year mark, we was ready to transition over to going through the FDA regulatory process, we got the arm regulated, fully approved within 8 years of start of program. 8 years, not 33, 8 years. And that arm is now with the Veterans Administration. So again, we involved the Veterans Administration early on too, so that they had clinicians and they had patient advocates already going through the step. That's one example. There's many others, but I don't want to take up your time, Congressman, but I think that that's the point, is that you have to start at the beginning where you're going to go through all these gates, plan for them, structure it into the process, and it's the how you spend the money and how you design the program, and to make it a contractual obligation to the performers.
I appreciate that. I also appreciate your enthusiasm. I can't help think about the Super Bowl. Like, you seem like you're, organizing a football team here. It's really great, the energy. Thank you. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Pleasure to recognize the ranking member of our full committee, Representative Kathy McMorris-Rogers. 5 minutes for your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leadership matters, accountability matters, character matters, people who do the right thing when nobody's looking, that matters. Unfortunately, I'm fundamentally concerned that NIH is not responding to Congress right now. So I'll set that aside because we're focused on ARPA-H right now. So Dr. Lander, Dr. Girard, I'd like to start just better understanding how you view what currently is happening in the NIH, some of the programs that exist that are intended to be innovative and cutting edge. Congress is funding the Common Fund, the National Center for Advancing Translational Science, High Risk, High Reward Program, the Accelerating Medicines Partnership, and that's just at NIH. I would just like to hear you share with me, just share your insights with me as far as, are these programs not working? If they are working, do we still need ARPA-H? And if they are not, should they be eliminated and these dollars spent part of promoting ARPA-H? That was Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller, sorry. Dr. Miller and Dr. Girard, if you would answer those questions, please.
Thank you. I guess my question even before that is, with Dr. Ling's comment about program managers and these gated timelines, we have these other programs at the NIH. It sounds like they're not doing that. Why don't we make those NIH programs do that and transition funding from indirect costs to make a mini ARPA-H at one of those other programs that are already there? It sounds like the NIH is also not being responsive. If we think that we have gaps, and there are gaps, and it does take a long time to develop a drug or a device, we should use the existing programs that we have rather than make a whole new program because we say that the other programs aren't working well. It seems sort of like common sense.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Giroir?
Thank you for that question, and it is a very important one. ARPA-H is going to be, if so authorized, is going to be a major part of the ecosystem, but it's not the entire ecosystem. As Dr. Ling and others have said, ARPA-H will rely on the basic discovery and ideas that occur at the NIH, at the National Science Foundation, funded by the Gates Foundation, the LEAP Fund at Wellcome Trust. It will also need the kinds of advanced translation that comes out of ARPA-H. ARPA-H will never cure pancreatic cancer. It will create the technical abilities, the novel approaches, de-risk that so it could be translated in transition to the private sector and potentially other aspects of NIH like
Okay.
like,
If I could just
NCAP.
clarify, why do some of these existing programs that I believe are intended for that same purpose are not working as intended?
Dr. Giroir, we've lost your audio.
So, sorry, I'm going to say that I don't feel I have the ability to comment extensively on any of these programs currently.
Okay.
I certainly have
Okay.
been involved with them, but I
Okay.
can't comment negatively on those programs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I hear that this agency will be accountable to Congress, yet it's a presidential appointment without any congressional oversight. Another question, Dr. Miller. Are there things that we can reform at our existing science agencies, such as NIH and BARDA, to change the culture and the risk tolerance without eroding their core missions?
Absolutely, that's an excellent question. I think having tenure-limited program managers and leadership in various parts of the NIH in conjunction with making that decision with the NIH director and or oversight would be an important transition to happen over time. Indirect costs, which represent billions of dollars at the NIH, lack transparency and accountability, and we should demand from funded institutions where those dollars are spent.
Okay, thank you. Well, and I'll attempt one more for Dr. Giroir. I appreciate your perspective here. You know, we're talking about ARPA-H and that the role should not be to implement and bring to the market preventions or cures, should be to develop and improve the viability of these concepts. Can you explain why ARPA-H should be a proof of concept agency?
Because it does fill that gap. It bridges that gap. This is not meant to supplant the private sector or anything down the line, but that gap is real. It needs to de-risk to create new approaches. We don't even have a paradigm for neurodegeneration now. These are the things that it needs to do. And let me just make a comment. My last year at DARPA, I did 113 meetings and briefings. Half of those were to Congress or professional staff, and about half of those were within stakeholder groups. ARPA-H has to have that degree of responsiveness and interaction for it to be successful. And I share your concern about that, and that should be an expectation.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions, but I've run out of time. I'll yield back. Thank you.
A woman yields back. The chair is pleased to recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui, for her 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone who is joining the hearing today to think critically about the future of the U.S. biomedical technology pipeline. Now, there's an ongoing and healthy debate on the appropriate placement of ARPA-H. Generally, there is a consensus that ARPA-H will need an independent structure and novel culture to deliver innovative ideas in health and medicine. Dr. Giroir, you mentioned ARPA-H needs to be independent, distinct from the traditional NIH institutes and centers. Can you elaborate on how your experience at DARPA help shape that perspective?
Thank you very much for that question, ma'am. As Dr. Ling said, it's the whole process of how you do business. It's the whole process and thought process of accountability, but also sort of being a countercultural organization that doesn't go with the flow, that doesn't rely on your peers for incremental change. It relies on teaming, where we bring academia together with industry, with nonprofits, and teams of teams. Nobody really competes against each other. They're competing all for the same goal. Look, I'm a big fan of the NIH. The NIH has done remarkable things for this country, but it could never create the culture that is needed at DARPA. We have a model, as Dr. Ling has said. I do believe it needs to be independent, but it does need to be housed within HHS, the same way as DARPA is within DOD, ARPA-E is within Energy, and ARPA-H should be within HHS.
I say this, though, HHS is still a massive agency with its own levels of bureaucracy, as we know, and acceleration is the key to ARPA-H's mission to transform and improve healthcare. Now, placed at HHS, how can we ensure that ARPA-H has the capability to move quickly and efficiently?
It really depends on your authorizations, and as I put in my written testimony, I think the legislation by Chairwoman Eshoo has deep insight into the authorities that are needed to make sure that this happens. Picking the first director is going to be critical, allowing rapid contracting, having term limits, being able to hire the best and brightest program managers, and having that independent culture. I really think that legislation provides the basis for what is needed. This, according to the secretary, does not mean the secretary runs the agency, but it's vital that the director report at the highest level, and I do believe the secretary is the appropriate level for that.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Gerard. Talking about necessary authorities, DARPA is a unique agency that benefits from numerous special authorities. For example, DARPA can capitalize on flexible hiring and procurement authorities, including grants, contracts, and cooperative agreements, and other transaction authorities. Ms. Crowfall, can you explain why special contracting authorities are needed for ARPA-H and provide an example of when they are best applicable? Ms. Crowfall? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. And, I want to make a comment in terms of some of the prior conversation to say that the momentum for which we're seeing the acceleration and the need for driving innovation is coming out of COVID-19. And we have seen NIH be successful, particularly with the RAD-X program, in being able to stand up a collaboration with public and private quite quickly. In terms of your question with other transactional authorities, that is an example where you can leverage such authorities to do hiring, to do contracting in a way where you're not going through significant levels of delay or barriers. That type of authority also needs to be embedded within ARPA-H, including leveraging other hiring practices such as FDA and bringing top-notch scientists outside of government to play a role in regulatory approval processes.
Okay, well, that's very good, Ms. Crowfall. I want to quickly touch on a related issue of the critical role that indirect cost recovery associated with NIH grants plays in supporting research at the University of California. From building labs to quickly processing data to keeping patients safe, there are indirect but essential costs of conducting research, and the federal government's support is vital to advancing the research mission. Dr. Yamamoto, I know you have a long history of helping Congress understand the importance of indirect cost issues. Can you please provide some insight into why research institutions like UCSF receive indirect cost recovery quickly?
Indirect costs are part of supporting research. Direct costs pay for salaries of the investigators, the equipment that's needed, and so forth. Indirect costs help the institutions to be able to support the infrastructure required for that research to take place, whether it's buildings, providing distilled water and electricity, or having administrators who will oversee the grants and make sure that they're managed properly and come into compliance. So indirect costs have kind of have a funny ring to them because it seems like it's not related to what the investigators are doing, but in fact those things are crucial, and so they are an important part of allowing the research enterprise to go forward. Institutions do not recover their full costs of supporting research. Indirect costs provide a portion of that that is essential.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Slaughter. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Chair is pleased to recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton, former chairman of the full committee and one of the authors of Cures 2.0. 5 minutes for your questions.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. 9,000 diseases, 500 remedies. Every disease group that's out there is looking for that breakthrough therapy. They got to have the hope to help. We've got some real champions, bipartisan, both sides of the Capitol, looking for ARPA-H, knowing that DARPA was so successful and mainly because they cut through the chaff. They got the job done. I'm not from the Sputnik generation either, but I do remember Lee Iacocca. Lead, follow, or get out of the way. That's exactly the charge that this organization needs. So the appropriators have already funded it to billions of dollars if we end up getting out of a continuing resolution. Dr. Jar, how do we ensure that ARPA-H runs like DARPA? How do we cut through the chaff to make sure that that happens?
Well, thank you very much, and you are exactly correct. And I will make another comment. It's not, the money is necessary, but it's not sufficient. You could allocate 10 times that amount of money and not achieve the goal if you don't create the right authorities, the right culture, the right director, the right program managers. I was hired as an IPA from academia where I was a full professor. All these are critically important, but sir, it's all about the culture and it's all about execution and creating that environment. And that is going to require this committee to protect that environment and the program managers so they can do exactly what you said, because that is exactly where it needs to be.
So that's why, to me, that's why we need more than just an appropriation. We need to have the proper oversight and controls to make sure that it runs the way that Lee Iacocca would, coming from Michigan. He was a good Michigander.
Yes, sir.
He was a great Michigander. Ms. Krovop, I'm so glad the Milken Institute is here. And for those that are watching or those members that weren't here when we did 21st Century Cures, the Milken Institute just did a wonderful job for us to tap them for ideas to include in 21st Century Cures. So one of the things that we're looking on in the next version, 2.0, is the pandemic response and drug development. I'm worried a bit by the current state of the drug development incentives to prevent future pandemics. As you know, Diana DeGette and I are huge proponents of encouraging new antibiotic developments, and we included our colleague Mr. Doyle's Pasteur Act in legislation that some are calling 2.0. The use of real-world evidence, RWE, has been a big priority. And I want to ask if you're concerned, as I am, about the lack of new antibiotics in the pipeline, and if so, how might RWE or other components of the agreement before us help search for new cures as we look to stop a future pandemic?
Thank you so much, Mr. Upton, for your question, and absolutely a delight for us to be here and to partner with you on 21st Century Cures 1.0, and now very supportive of 21st Century Cures 2.0. I'm glad that you brought up the antibiotic issue because, as many of us say, it is the silent pandemic that is happening right now. So many are losing their lives to drug-resistant infections. We do believe that the inclusion of the Pasteur Act is going to play a critical role because, as you know, the market is broken in terms of our R&D process for new antibiotics. On the one hand, we want to use fewer antibiotics. On the other hand, because of drug resistance, we need more antibiotics that are able to cut through those particular bacteria. The challenge, of course, is that we don't have a marketplace that will reimburse innovation at the levels that are needed. Pasteur will go a long way in ensuring that we're delinking volume and value, and essentially providing incentives along the way that we are supporting innovation tied to the value of those antibiotics, not just prescribing more. At the same time, we need more than just Pasteur. We need to ensure that the private sector can be brought in as well. The Milken Institute has been doing some work around creating innovative financing mechanisms to ensure that we're tying both the private sector investment dollars as well as other incentives such as pasture to make sure it's a level playing field. You also talked about real world data and evidence. We need to collect that wherever they may be found. We need to ensure that they're of regulatory grade where they can be used from decision-making perspectives. So we welcome what we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic. We do think there's much more we need to do to learn from that experience and ensure that we're capitalizing on that in the antibiotic R&D pipeline.
So do you think we can get to where we ought to be in the next 5 to 10 years?
Absolutely, if we make sure that we put these incentives in place. We need to make sure that we get pasture over the finish line, absolutely. We need to make sure that we're continuing to invest in these companies upstream who are doing their best right now, but they're not going to be successful. Of course, we saw bankruptcy over time in the antibiotic space. We don't want to continue that trend. So absolutely, we can make a difference. We need to make sure AMR is on the same level as other pandemic preparedness initiatives.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I just would like to say that it's the intention of the chair that that we move to legislative and markup on Cures 2.0 and ARPA-H. They are highly complementary of one another. And when you use the figures, 9,000 diseases, 500 solved, we have our work cut out for us. And people across the country, families are, they deserve to have hope. Every life is a valuable one. And we always, offer our, not only our sympathy, but our caring to one another when we know something has stricken the family of one of our colleagues. So this is as real as our getting up in the morning and doing our work. So I think that Congress has the capacity to do this, the wisdom to do it, and that we work hard together to refine whatever needs to be refined. But we should not be in the way of what I just described. So thank you for allowing me the time to say that. The chair is really pleased to recognize the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Well, thank you, Chair Eshoo, and good morning, everyone. And thank you to our witnesses for their insights today. And I really want to thank Chair Eshoo and Representative DeGette and Representative Upton for their leadership. And I look forward to working on this very exciting concept for advanced research projects, the whole initiative that'll help us build on the existing research so that we're not leaving innovative discoveries, treatments, and cures on the table. But we have to set up this endeavor for success. And I think that includes transparency and accountability. Because unfortunately, what we've seen over the past 2 years, data, evidence, and interventions to address the pandemic have often been met with distrust, outright distrust and misrepresentation. It's led to poor uptake in the effective and life-saving interventions such as the COVID-19 vaccine. So for ARPA-H to succeed, we're going to need to build trust among the public and all of the stakeholders out there. Stakeholders have specifically requested that ARPA-H be transparent about the selection criteria and the decision-making process for its broader investment goals, as well as the selection of individual research projects. So Dr. Ling, what's your perspective on how ARPA-H can be both transparent and accountable?
Thank you, Congresswoman. It absolutely should be transparent and accountable. It needs to be transparent and accountable at every level and begins with the performers. It begins with the scientists and the engineers. Again, the structure of it is very DARPA-like. And in this case, it is not a DoD type of project, but it's a health project. So transparency is absolutely should be built within the system fully. So let me be more specific. The performers should be accountable to the program manager. The program managers have the authority to move money around as well as move the investigator pool around as well. That program manager is accountable to the office director, and the office director up to the director, and then ultimately the director to the Congress, as well as to the secretary. in this whole construct is that we said before, it's going to be a timeline-driven, milestone-regulated process. Those milestones should be very, very transparent. Those should be published, actually, so that you know exactly what the taxpayers' dollars are spent on, and in fact, how well they're doing against those milestones, those phase gates, as it were. And money is tied to it. I'll be blunt, money is tied to it. So if they don't perform, they don't get the money. It's real simple. The other element of this is the engagement. As I said to you before, and I really reiterate this point, engagement has to be just not the investigators. The science is not the end of this. You still have to get through regulatory, you have to get through industry, and you've got to get to the consumer groups, which in this case are the patient advocacy groups as well as the clinicians that support them. So at all stages, they have to be engaged from the very beginning, and they have to be engaged throughout the entire process. So that is, in fact, how you build in accountability and how you build in trust, quite frankly. You don't want to bring something in the 11th hour and say, here it is. You want them to be part of the process from the get-go. And in fact, that's how, again, we have a model. It's called DARPA. That is the model, if you look at the BTO, how they do a lot of their medically related portfolio, because it's a small part of their portfolio. It's still a Defense Department agency. That's why an ARPA-H, which is only devoted to health, is really something that we need here and now.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Yamamoto, I was very enthused to see in President Biden's concept paper for ARPA-H, he explicitly mentioned the idea of using mRNA vaccines to prevent cancers as an example of potential transformative projects for the new agency. We know about the success of mRNA for COVID. Most traditional vaccines take years to develop. Here was a medical miracle, really. And back home, I represent the Moffitt Cancer Center in Tampa, and they are, the researchers there tell me that the mRNA cancer vaccines could potentially be some of the most cost-effective methods for preventing recurrences and the high cost of cancer care. Do you agree, and what do you see as the future here for immunotherapy treatments and prevention?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. The mRNA vaccines do represent a really revolutionary breakthrough that depended upon years of basic research that came before that to understand the elements that drive stability of messenger RNA inside the cells, to be able to create the little packaging molecules that protect the RNA on the way in. So it was a great victory in that sense, and your colleagues in Tampa are correct that the potential promise of cancer, mRNA-driven cancer vaccines is enormous, and DARPA had a role in these mRNA technologies. So I think that's correct and is worthy of all of the excitement that's been generated. If we step back, I think it's worth making an explicit point about how the kinds of collaborations that come together that drive the kinds of advances we're talking about. There are about 24 federal agencies that are doing science and technology. There is nothing, except for the ARPA models, there is nothing in the mission statements or goals of those agencies that drives them to work together and collaborate. There's nothing explicit in the ARPA agencies that say that they should be out talking to all of the agencies around to find out what capabilities are that could come together that would allow them to really make advances. But instead, it's the mission of the program managers and the director that say, how are we going to get to this really hard point? And they realize that the only way they can do that is to bring together the talents of other agencies, to bring in the private sector and research foundations and so forth, academia and so forth, to be able to accomplish these goals. So it's not in the mission statement of the ARPAs to drive collaborations, but the directors know that that's the only way they're going to get there. It's the only way that it's going to work. And so this is an aggregating, convening force that actually does something that no other science agencies in the federal government do, to bring together these talents and skills to accomplish hard things.
Very helpful, thank you.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Colleagues, I think you've already noticed that I've been very generous with time on both sides of the aisle. But there are excellent questions that are being asked. They deserve to be asked, but we have brilliance here in terms of our witnesses, and their answers to these questions are just so important. So thank you for indulging my generosity, which I will continue to put out there. How's that? Okay. The chair is pleased to recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Innovation in medical research has been a priority of mine since I arrived in Congress. I believe there's a role for both federal government and the private sector in this space, and that Congress has a responsibility to fund these activities. My line of questions that was originally written out said, okay, tell me why we need a new agency, let me get my head around this. You all have answered those questions to a certain extent already, so I'm not going to be redundant on this occasion. But Dr. Ling, you caught my imagination and the spirit of trying to create something new and different. And you said, you know, if we're trying to build, and you used the baseball analogy, if we're trying to get to the World Series, we might like that person a whole lot, but if they're not getting the job done, if they're not performing, we should fire them. But firing people is very difficult at the federal level, as you know. So I'm interpreting, and I want you to confirm yes or no if you agree, I'm interpreting that you think when we pass this legislation, we need to have specific language on if they're not meeting the requirements of their particular contract, that contract will be terminated and they will be fired. Is that correct? Did I understand you? Mike, so that everybody in the world can hear you.
Correct, Congressman. In DARPA, there is a phrase. It says, at any time, for any reason, without prior notice, this contract may be terminated at the decision of the United States government.
And I appreciate that, and Ranking Member Kathy McMorris-Rogers pointed out, okay, well, what are we talking about with accountability? We need to have some accountability language in there as well, not just for the executive branch, but also for the congressional branch. Would you agree with that as well, Dr. Ling?
There needs to be accountability throughout the system. Exactly, Congressman.
And that would be both executive branch and to the Congress of the United States.
Absolutely, and all the way down to the performer level. They need to feel accountable. This is not their money, it's a taxpayer money.
And we're trying to make sure we get big things done. And if we're going to create a whole new agency inside of our NIH or inside of wherever we're going to put it, we need to make sure that they're performing and getting that research done for the American people. I appreciate that very much. Dr. Jar, I know you said some good things about the NIH, and I agree. I'm involved in some stuff with the NIH. I think they do a great job in their lane and so forth. But one of the concerns we've had of late is it appears that through third-party contractors, there is a lot of money being funneled to China. Do you think that we can stop that with ARPA-H, and should we put some specific language in there that this research needs to be done on American soil?
Thank you for that. You know, I do believe that the NIH investigators do need to, well, the NIH program managers, the NIH offices do need to be more accountable. In general, if you're an NIH grantee, you get your grant, you put a report together at the end of a year, you send it in, and that's it. And you really don't become accountable until every 5 years when that's renewed. Contrast that to DARPA, where literally every week the program manager is reviewing the performer. Every month, the office director is reviewing all the programs, and every year the director reviews every single. I can also say that when I was at DARPA, to your staff and the appropriation staff or from the defense side, I briefed every single program in my office, what they were doing and what they were accountable for. That's the degree of transparency and accountability. So yes, I agree. I do believe the NIH needs to raise the accountability, particularly for overseas investigators without being burdensome on U.S. investigators. But ARPA-H will be accountable at every level and transparent. That's the nature of the beast.
One of the frustrations that I've had is in trying to figure out what was going on at the Wuhan lab with American money was getting answers, and they won't give us answers. And the Chinese, I never expect to get answers from the Chinese, and so that creates a problem. If we're going to spend this money, Dr. Miller, you said, you know, the Chinese are ahead of us on research. They've got all these extra people doing research, and that the United States needs to catch up, and we need to be doing this research too. what's the point of putting this money into ARPA-H or anything else if we're then just going to subcontract with the Chinese? Don't you think we ought to be doing that here in the United States?
I agree wholeheartedly.
That's what I like, a short, quick answer. Do you? And so we'd be a whole lot better off if we were doing that. And then if there is some kind of a question of accountability, you would agree, Dr. Miller and Dr. Ling, it's a whole lot easier to get it if we're dealing with people who are in this country and who are answering to us directly as opposed to a government that does not have any reason to show us anything or give us any information.
Yes.
Dr. Ling?
We should only be working with trusted allies and, of course, the United States citizenry. That's exactly what it should be.
Well, and I would say I think it needs to be mostly American. I suppose if we had a trusted ally that we could actually trust, but when we can't get answers on what happened at Wuhan with American money, I have serious problems about expanding any program that doesn't have language to protect us. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair is pleased to recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate the hearing and thank the witnesses for their testimony. There were, I think, 15 listening sessions that were conducted last year broadly to invite input around the proposal of ARPA-H. I had a chance to listen to a kind of wrap-up session of that that took place in October, and some of the themes there in describing ARPA-H included positive disruption, establishing benchmarks so that this high risk, high reward ambition could be deployed through the opportunity to fail fast. Equity and diversity was a big part of the description of what is being sought through ARPA-H. Use-driven, not curiosity-driven, was a phrase as well. Measuring success not through publication, but health improvement for the public, not duplicating existing initiatives, et cetera. And I assume that these are features and characteristics that we saw in DARPA as well when it was being developed, and obviously now that it's been deployed. I wanted to ask Dr. Ling, you and Dr. Yamamoto to comment on, to put the Human Genome Project and Operation Warp Speed in some context relative to this discussion of ARPA-H. Are those efforts ones that, if an ARPA-H had been in place, would have resided there or would have been sort of the tip of the spear for those kinds of efforts? Or are they different in the sense that they were assembling on, at least in the case of Operation Warp Speed, assembling in a kind of emergency fashion existing resources across many different agencies, and therefore they should be distinguished from the kinds of projects that we'll see in the ARPA-H space. But it would be useful to me as a kind of reference point for you to make some observations about what ARPA-H would look like, how it would operate, et cetera, against that idea of the Operation Warp Speed or human genome or both. So why don't we start with Dr. Yamamoto and then Dr. Ling. I'd be interested in hearing from you.
Thank you for that question, an important one. My view on this is that the two examples that you gave, the Human Genome Project and Operation Warp Speed, if the ARPAs had been established, might well have been projects that were carried out under that aegis. If you remember, the way that the Human Genome Project ran, first of all, it took a long time, and secondly, turned into this sort of kind of entertaining kind of competition between a private company and the government effort. If ARPA had been in place, that collaboration would have been formed early on, and the progress on the Human Genome Project would have gone much faster. Instead, you had these two camps that weren't communicating with each other. They were not collaborating, and the work went more slowly. Operation Warp Speed worked pretty well. and it was in response, as you said, in response to an urgent need, right? But Francis Collins himself has said that it was a difficult lift because the culture and practices were not in place at the NIH to really make it work well. So those examples are actually good examples of things that I think an ARPA structure could be able to accomplish better.
Dr. Ling?
Yeah, I fully agree with Dr. Yamamoto that if there was an ARPA, the opportunity there would have been leveraged much, much earlier. Let me talk specifically about Operation Warp Speed, which was really, if you take a look at the mRNA vaccines, DARPA had actually invested in this program. It was called the ADEPT program, run by my colleague, Dr. Dan Wattendorf, Colonel Dr. Dan Wattendorf, back in 2010. And the two performers that he chose was Moderna and GSK. So they were already, industry was being brought into this 10 years before anybody knew that there was a COVID threat around. And they were doing it to develop vaccines against Ebola, actually, at that time. And so the beauty of this was that they brought in a public-private partnership already at the very beginning in 2010, that look what it yielded here now in 2020 when COVID finally reared its ugly head. And that is why we're talking about, if you want to say good gravy, we're really lucky to have an ARPA investment at that time. I think that speaks loudly for it. And again, let me point out that it was a true private-public partnership. It involved laboratories, of course, involved the FDA, of course, but Moderna and GSK, they were performers in this program.
Let me ask you, Dr. Ling, since you're speaking now, and I've only got 25 seconds here, but on this discussion around where ARPA-H should be situated, whether it should reside formally inside of NIH or more broadly inside HHS, should it be in the orbit of NIH, either physically or organizationally, be somehow tethered there, or do you see it as, in a sense, free-floating within HHS? Can you comment on that a little bit?
I believe it should be a separate, distinct, and independent agency, just like the CDC is, the FDA is, the NSF, and the NIH. So they are all complementary, they all work together, but they are separate and distinct, and they each have their own chain of command. That is very, very critical.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair is pleased to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank all of you for testifying today. Thank you for your patience. Dr. Miller, you talked in your testimony about the critical need for our nation to have a strong response to China in the area of biomedical research, and I agree. Rather than focusing on ARPA-H, you say we need to transform the NIH's extramural grant program, which consists of an almost $32 billion per year budget. One of your reform proposals is to improve accountability and transparency of taxpayer dollars by specifying where indirect dollars go for extramural projects. I couldn't agree more, which is why I introduced the Protecting Integrity of our Biomedical Research Act, which would require disclosure of participation in foreign talent programs as a condition of receiving federal extramural biomedical research grant dollars. This was in direct response to cases where, and you probably know this, where NIH-funded research had concealed support they'd received from the Chinese government. In fact, the GAO has issued reports stating the need for NIH to address undue foreign influence and increase transparency through disclosure. Despite its direct relevance to research integrity and combating Chinese influence, I'm disappointed that the majority decided to ignore my common sense proposal and not place it in the Competes Act. Dr. Miller, can you elaborate how adding more transparency requirements to NIH extramural grants will ensure the appropriate use of funds? And can you give additional ideas of how we can protect against inefficient project selection, please?
Thank you. First and foremost, the average indirect cost rate is around 52%. Originally, when the NIH started, it was around 8%. the Gates Foundation pays 10% and the European Union pays 20%, it's unclear to me why our average would be twice that of the EU or 5 times that of the Gates Foundation. If a billionaire is getting a better deal than the US government, that's not exactly a great look for us. Ways to fix that would include putting a cap and having tiers, and having a tier tied to your 3-year prior rolling average, meaning that universities that get more money are in a lower indirect rate group, say 10, 17.5, 25% as an example. I think the important thing to emphasize is that the current distribution is highly inequitable, where HBCUs and a lot of public schools in the Plain States and also the Southeast and the Southwest don't receive a lot of NIH grants. It's not because there aren't great researchers there. There are. It's just if you're getting a lot of NIH grants and you have a lot of administrative funds, you build a massive grant-making apparatus. And then that apparatus helps your researchers compete and comply with the 154-page, I believe it was, guide for NIH extramural grants, right? That takes a lot of infrastructure to respond to that. So I think that sort of breaking that cycle is a way that we could promote innovation and growth and also free up funds for direct research funding.
Thank you. Our next question is for Dr. Miller and Dr. Girwar. I've spent much of my time here in Congress advocating for policies that encourage medical innovation by removing red tape and incentivizing companies to develop cures as fast as safely as possible, particularly for rare diseases. Because of the nature of the 7,000 known rare diseases affecting small patient populations, it often falls through the cracks, unfortunately. Can you provide examples of how ARPA-H could fill in these gaps and prioritize rare disease research, especially without a specified strategic plan before its creation? And again, for Dr. Miller and Dr. Girwar.
I'll be brief.
Well,
I think.
thank you.
I was going to say, I'll be brief. We should have a list of what those priorities are before we fund it.
Thank you. Dr. Girwar.
I think for rare diseases, ARPA-H could be incredibly important. I'm a pediatrician. For example, genetic cures can be remarkable in the future, but if they cost $2 or $3 million per cure because we have limiting technologies, they're not going to be equitably accessible across the country. So DARPA investing in core types of technologies that can dramatically increase access in an equitable way across a number of rare genetic diseases is just one example. That really is biology that has an engineering flair and it's completely there. We can drive down the cost of cell-based therapies from $500,000 and $1 million down tenfold, so we increase the access. So these kind of core platforms, as opposed to just an individual disease, is where ARPA-H can make an enormous contribution.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Madam Chair. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Let me just say to the gentleman, the points that you've made about your legislation, which I was not aware of, we'll work with you on that, because I think that there are some really important elements relative to transparency and the other things that you raised. So be happy to do that. The chair is pleased to recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Schrader, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Really appreciate this hearing, very timely, very critical. COVID has shined a light, as some of our witnesses have showed us, on the need for this type of program going forward in this very complex world we live in. I guess biggest concern I have is, I guess I address comment to Dr. Yamamoto, is how do we assure that ARPA-H is not, frankly, just doing the research that industry would do anyway? I mean, how do we make sure that we're complementary and assisting and getting to what industry cannot afford to do, that high risk beyond which they draw the line? How do we evaluate that?
I think this really depends on the wisdom and insights of the program directors, program managers, to be able to identify de-risking opportunities. Areas where industry can't afford to go or feel that there's not not a big enough market, or that the challenge for getting to across the valley of death is too great to risk economically. And those opportunities are actually all around us. They're really at the heart of why it takes a median time of 32 years to move from a basic research discovery to an approved drug. And so we will be able to find within ARPA-H program managers that have identified or maybe even lived those block barriers, and it will come into ARPA-H. These program managers, by the way, get their jobs by competing with each other to come to the director of the agency and say, I have a problem that I think really needs to be solved, right? And I have a way that I think it can be solved, and here's what it's going to take to get there, right? And a part of that evaluation and the director will make is what's unique about this? There's something called the Heilmar Catechism that says, what's unique about this where it's not being done elsewhere? And what is it that you think can be done that makes it specifically an ARPA-like project?
All right, very good, thank you. I guess that brings up the second question I had, I guess Dr. Ling or whoever. I mean, the question of intellectual property. With the collaboration between the government and government equals taxpayer and industry, which equals shareholder, and how do we allocate the intellectual property rights in those types of collaborations? What's been done? Mike.
That's already been legislated, Congressman. The Biodole Act of 1980, and then the federal regulations, the contract for federal regulations are very clear. The IP belongs to the private entity. The U.S. government doesn't make anything. They don't own any factories. So the intellectual property actually belongs to the
Even
private
in a
entity.
case where we're going beyond just basic research, I understand that argument with basic research, but now that we're going into applied research, should that still apply in that?
To my understanding, it does, Congressman. The one thing that I point out, though, in all contracts, not grants, but contracts, is march-in rights. The U.S. government reserves the right to march in. They can create exceptions that allow them to march in. They can march in because the private partner did not commercialize it within an X period of time.
March in meaning they can acquire those rights?
Oh, absolutely. They can call it, at DARPA, we used to call it clawback.
Okay, very good. I guess last question for Dr. Crowfaw. That discussed a little bit about we need both NCAT and ARPA-H. What's the difference and why do we need both?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the broad portfolio for NCATS is actually quite diverse in terms of their reach and activities. A large part of the portfolio funds the CTSAs. These are the academic institutions that are quite focused on translational research, and that needs to continue. It's about 80% of NCAT's budget. They help to talk about issues such as de-risking, how to get through that valley of death, but really in a significant way that affects the entire sector, the entire industry. NCATS also has programs, for example, the tissue chip program, Organ the Chip, for example. They also have programs on rare diseases. Some of these programs may be appropriate for an ARPA-H-like entity, and others may not be necessarily appropriate for an ARPA-H-like entity. When we're talking about the kind of high-risk, high-reward projects that would be captured under an ARPA-H, those types of projects will be quite distinct in supporting the overall field, for example, of translational sciences, which includes things like capturing the clinical trial inventory, which happened during COVID-19. Those CTSA that I mentioned also contributed their data into a platform called NC3, which allowed all of that data that's being generated in these clinical trials and studies in academic settings to be mined for insights for COVID-19. Those kinds of programs ought to continue at NCATS and may not be the right types of objects for ARPA-H.
Very good, thank you, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Pleasure to recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Dr. Bouchon, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think most of the questions about ARPA-H have pretty much been answered. So I'm going to focus on research in general. And in a September letter from numerous biotech and venture capital executives to President Biden, Secretary Becerra, and bipartisan congressional leadership, the executives state, and this is a quote from the letter, as written, Build Back Better would cause investors and researchers to deprioritize small molecule drugs for diseases predominantly covered by Medicare, including many cancers and Alzheimer's. Although many of the small companies represented by signatories to this letter will feel that shift in priorities immediately, it will take years for the public and Congress to see the impact of this mistake on the kinds of new drugs that do and don't come to the market. We can assume that it will take a long time for Congress to come around to fixing its mistake, so BBB could cost us decades of small molecule progress. And I know all too well as a physician that eliminating even one drug has substantial consequences. So on one hand, some members are stressing the need for additional research and development and a new department, in fact, or agency, while on the other hand, actively working to potentially curtail the industry's efforts to find new cures through price control type policies. So Admiral Jawad, as you know, President Biden recently relaunched his cancer moonshot, which I agree with. Considering small molecule oral cancer drugs account for a significant percentage of the biotech industry's oncology pipeline moving forward, do you share some of the concerns raised by the biotech research and investment community in this letter?
Well, thank you for the question. I think we have to listen to the biotech community in the letter. Of course, this needs to be overseen by Congress and really ask the probing questions. But we can absolutely not bias the system against any class of therapeutic, whether it be large molecules, small molecules, biologics, vaccines, types of vaccines. The aperture has to be completely open and the competition needs to go forward. So again, I can't comment specifically but you need to listen to industry and generally and ask the right questions. But by the fact that they raised it in such a passionate fashion, I think we need to be very careful about that because ARPA-H will need to develop small molecules, and in general, they're a lot cheaper, easier to manufacture, and easier to keep on shore than other types of interventions.
Thank you. And more broadly, do you think that drug price controls will take us backwards in cancer research and innovation for patients and potentially could result in fewer cures discovered if we set federal level drug price controls on the industry?
You know, I'm going to give you my own personal feeling here. I think there's a balance that needs to be set, right? There is a balance that needs to be set and it can be set. It's hard to set it. But, you know, if you have drugs that are not affordable and people can't have them, it's no use having the drugs. On the other hand, we've seen, and particularly in antibiotics that were brought up, if there's not the proper incentives on that side, then no one will develop it. I do think it's a balance. Unfortunately, I'm not going to give you a simple answer because it's not a simple answer. Both sides are very valid points, I believe, in my opinion. And this is exactly why we have a committee like yours to work out that balance, because there is.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, it is a difficult policy discussion to have, and you know, the Trump administration proposed some price control type things that I disagreed with from that administration, and I disagree with price controls in general proposed in BBB. But on the other hand, of course, as you mentioned, patients should have access to drugs, and we need to strike a balance here and figure out what policies that we can put in place, like some of the bipartisan ones we passed in the last Congress that can get drug prices down. I mean, obviously, I'm an avid supporter of innovation and have spent my time in Congress advocating for increased funding for research and development, including at the NIH and other agencies. I think it's important to examine all the different government-funded programs in addition to the work currently taking place at the NIH and see how we can, you know, pool our resources together to stretch taxpayer dollars further through better collaboration and assurance that more of the money actually goes towards R&D for innovative drugs and not towards indirect cost at agencies. I yield back.
Gentlemen.
May I just make okay.
Excuse me. Did you have something else you wanted to add, Doctor?
I just wanted to say from the ARPA-H point of view, that relates to cost. Remember Moore's law for semiconductors, that every year the capability goes up twofold and it drops by half. That's why your laptop is so relatively inexpensive. ARPA-H could absolutely do things like the cost of a genetic cure. Just the cost of goods are $1 million now. That's why you have to charge $3 million. ARPA-H could have a program to lower that to 100,000, to decrease that by tenfold, thus increasing access, lowering costs, and helping everyone out. Those are the kinds of things that ARPA-H could easily do as part of its mission that will help take the, as an orthogonal approach to drug prices. Yes, we need to do what you're doing, but let's lower them across the board by making them more inexpensive because of technologies.
Thank you, Dr. Giroir. And thank you for quoting my constituent, Moore's Law. It's a pleasure to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and also like to thank Ranking Member Guthrie. I really appreciate both of you for having this ARPA-H hearing. It's really important for medical innovation and for progress. Biomedical research is absolutely critical to understanding our most insurmountable medical challenges, and ARPA-H is a particularly exciting opportunity because it will allow our researchers to investigate with more flexibility and take on more risk than they can through our more conventional processes. To me, one of the greatest promises of ARPA-H is its potential to address so many conditions that disproportionately impact communities of color and poor people in America. As we come up on the 3 years of a pandemic that has shown an even brighter light on the glaring health inequities in our country, I'm hopeful that ARPA-H could provide a lifeline in the form of treatments, medical devices, and even cures for so many diseases out there. Dr. Ling, again, thank you so much for sharing your valuable perspective on ARPA-H's incredible potential for biomedical innovation. How can ARPA-H be leveraged to focus on bridging the gap in health outcomes across different demographic groups?
Thank you, Congressman. I would say that it is about what ARPA-H should be about, which is developing capability. Developing capability. That is how you are able to help broadly across the enterprise of not only specific diseases, but also of groups that have been underrepresented. What the goal of an ARPA-H is not a thing, but a capability, not a particular piece of knowledge, but a capability. So, for example, if you had a much better imaging capability beyond that of MRI, it helps everybody. It helps all diseases. Those are the kind of things that should be an investment of an ARPA-H. DARPA always created capability, and that led to all of the other wonderful outcomes that we see today.
Thank you, Dr. Ling. Also, Dr. Ling, is it possible or actually happening out there where a pursuit of finding a cure could be a company, a private entity could spend $10 million, $100 million, or even more, and then oops, find out that they got at the end of their research and they couldn't find a cure and have to shelve it? Has that happened? Does that happen out there?
Yes, it does.
Examples like.
So there's always risk in any endeavor such as this, but the way you manage that risk is through the process. So we had a saying at DARPA, which I think would apply equally to ARPA, which is fail early, fail fast. And what you do is by having this gated milestone approach, you can see how you're progressing. You don't want to find out that you're going to lose the race at the end of the race. You want to know along the way that it is not possible to get there. What it allows you to do is pivot. You don't have to abandon the pursuit of that cure. You might have to pivot. You may say that, oh, a small molecule may not work. I might have to use a large molecule. I may not have to use a large molecule. Surgery may be more important, whatever. But the point is, by having this phase gate approach, as opposed to just throwing money at the problem, you now have a way of monitoring accountability of the money and accountability towards achieving the goal, which is, as you point out, the cure. But remember, in any of these journeys, if you push the knowledge forward as you do this, you want to push it as fast as you can build on it, even if it looks like you're not going to get there.
Dr. Ling, it's unfortunate, in my opinion, that in America today, some of these innovators, some of these companies, private entities that are investing $100 million, in some cases even $1 billion, and don't bring something to market, that there's something evil about that. What's the reality and practicality when an entity has just invested 300 million, 400 million, 600 million, 700 million, and they're just not getting the results to find that cure, for example. Does that make them evil for having to figure out maybe it's time to shelve it and then let's focus on other things?
Sometimes the science is not there. Sometimes the way it was conducted. There's many reasons for a so-called failure. And I think that it's really...
So therefore, in our limited time, Dr. Ling, so therefore, is it that ARPA-H will actually help create more opportunities where those investments are the will of those investments can actually result in more cures, more results, more positive results, as you mentioned earlier, having the ability to have this support system and then shift and then continue rather than abandon?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When we learn mostly from our mistakes. We learn mostly from our failures. It's the pivot and move that becomes very essential. And that's, in fact, the model of an ARPA. And ARPA does exactly that.
Yes, thank you very much. That's why I have my wife. She definitely reminds me when I make mistakes, and then I learn, and then I pivot. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Dr. Yamamoto, you were nodding. Did you want to add something to this briefly?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I would just like to say that the other way that ARPA can contribute to solving the problem that you raised, and a very important one, of a company making a huge investment and coming up with failure, is getting back to capabilities. Something that Dr. Ling and I talked a lot about when he was founding the BTO was being able to use was having DARPA be able to generate computational tools that would allow us to evaluate massive amounts of data that could then be serving, in the case that you're raising, to changing the nature, the size, and the composition of clinical trials. The more we know about the mechanism behind a given disease, which can be gathered by, in fact, pulling together lots of data, including real-world evidence that was raised earlier, the better we are able to construct patient cohorts in clinical trials that actually have a bigger chance of having the tested drug be successful. There's great examples of this, but in breast cancer medicine, for example, the first precision medicine drug, if you will, called Herceptin, the drug made by Genentech, a relatively small biotech company at that time, was able to structure a clinical trial based on what they knew at the molecular level about the cause of a certain kind of metastatic breast cancer. And by being able to limit the size of that cohort, they were able to carry out a small clinical trial that went relatively rapidly and succeeded, and Herceptin came out as a drug. If they didn't have that information, if they hadn't collected that data, they would have had to put together a big trial with many more patients, would have lasted longer, and in fact, we know from Sue Desmond-Hellmann, the president of product development at Genentech during that time, they would not have carried out the trial because it cost, as you said, hundreds of millions of dollars, and it would have failed. So one of the things that ARPA-H can do is to be able to put together capabilities of that sort that in fact will lead to clinical trials that are successful and lead to drugs that are successful.
Thank you. Gentlemen's time has expired. Dr. Yamamoto, it's nice to hear Susan Hellman's name raised and mentioned. The chair is now pleased to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Eshu, for yielding, and to our witnesses for
And
appearing.
happy birthday to you.
Thank you for the birthday greetings.
Happy birthday from all of us.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today. This is an incredibly important topic. Dr. Ling, thank you for your passionate testimony on this subject. You have worked at Johns Hopkins, you have worked in academic medicine there, you have worked in the military, and you've worked in the private sector. I think the many prongs that you bring into this equation are very important. We recently saw a controversial coverage decision from a government agency regarding a breakthrough treatment for Alzheimer's disease, specifically related to amyloid and the deposition of amyloid. How would you envision this ARPA-H agency working with and complementing work being done already with the private sector and not being resistant to private sector innovation?
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. And Congressman Joyce, the drug that you're speaking of, I believe, is the Biogen drug aducanumab, which was for Alzheimer's, and one of the first to actually show some efficacy against this horrible disease. So again, I'm not privy to understanding the reimbursement decisions or anything like that, but I simply say this, is that it comes back to what Dr. Yamamoto just said, and that is developing those capabilities that you can work with a company like Biogen, or you can work with a company like GSK and these others, so that they can better use the data that's available to make it better and easier for them to conduct their clinical trials, to be able to save the money up front, to determine more quickly what in fact is the benefit. Because to my understanding of the study right now is that the question is that doesn't work for everybody, but it's very effective in some. And so how do you identify those some that could do well? So because that is true for cancers, that's true for infections. There's always a cohort that seems to do much better from that therapy than, say, another, for whatever reasons it may be. And elucidating those reasons using new computational capabilities, perhaps using new diagnostic capabilities, all these things within the purview of an ARPA-H to build that capability, Dr. Joyce, so that it can be brought to bear, so that then these decisions will have much better evidence to work by. That's the way an R&D agency such as an ARPA would be able to contribute in a positive way to the point that you're making.
Dr. Ling, you mentioned the research that's necessary. What do you believe can be taken from DARPA and ARPA-E when it comes to securing that research, securing the confidential and sensitive nature of research from nefarious foreign actors? And how can we do that successfully while being able to work with the private sector and the academic researchers all at the same time?
No, the point you raise is very, very important. These are investments made by the American taxpayer, by the citizenry of our country, and they should be first and foremost to be the benefit of the United States. And I said to you before, and I say it again, that what we're proposing is something a totalitarian government would never propose. That is having a free and independent agency that would be able to work on behalf of the citizenry. That's totally against what a totalitarian government, such as the peer adversaries of which we speak of. As we come back to ensuring that they do this, I think we could take the model of the Department of Defense and DARPA. DARPA agonizes over this all of the time. DARPA agonizes that the things that they create will work their way into an adversarial's arsenal, quite frankly. And so in many ways, we can learn to use those safeguards and to use those processes that already exist by the model agency that we're working on right now to incorporate them back into an ARPA-H, much as it is in an ARPA defense, which is what DARPA is.
And I thank you, Dr. Ling, for mentioning the time restraints to achieve these goals, to listen to industry, and we as members of Congress to be responsible stewards of the taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this incredibly important meeting, and I yield the remainder of my time.
And the chair thanks you always for your thoughtful questions and such a respectful way of presenting them. I think we all appreciate that. The chair is pleased to recognize another one of the doctors. We're blessed because we have several doctors as members of this subcommittee, and we benefit from their membership here. Dr. Ruiz from California, 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this important hearing. Over the course of the last 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the magnitude of health inequities plaguing our country. As a doctor who grew up and practiced medicine in a medically underserved community where health inequities are rampant, I am encouraged that these disparities are at the forefront of our policy conversations. It is imperative that as we consider the structure and implementation of the ARPA-H program, that we prioritize health equity. Ms. Krofa, the administration has committed to promoting and prioritizing health equity in every decision made by ARPA-H. How can this be achieved, and should such a directive be included in statutory language authorizing ARPA-H?
Congressman, thank you so much for raising that. When I think about the last 2 years with the pandemic, it's been absolutely devastating on communities of color, while at the same time, there were our essential healthcare workers, they were suffering disproportionately. And the issues around health equity are not new, right? We've known these issues for many, many decades, but we have not galvanized the full attention, both of government, but also all of our private sector, nonprofit sectors, and others to really address this problem. I think we have the unique opportunity to do so now. And absolutely agree with you that ARPA-H is a model and a vehicle that we should use to really start to understand what is different in the underlying biology of diseases that may affect some populations differently than in another. You know, an analogy that was used the other day that I really appreciated is that when we think about our clinical trials, it's like testing a car down a straight road and expecting that it's going to perform when conditions change. What we really need to do is to test our products on windy roads for all populations to understand when they may not work for subsets of populations.
I appreciate you saying that because I have a bill specifically to do just that, Diversity in Clinical Trials Act. Do you think that we need to add statutory language authorizing ARPA-H to do the health equity work?
I think we need to give the program managers at ARPA-H the flexibility. However, I do think that we need to have a patient advisory board that really provides the diverse representation that should be written in, where there's consultation in which projects are prioritized.
And how can we how can ARPA-H ensure that its workforce is sufficiently diverse? And how do you see workforce diversity play a role in ARPA-H supporting projects to advance health equity?
I would agree. We need diversity in the program managers. We need diversity in even the director of ARPA-H, and particularly given that it's time limited, who those directors will be over time. We know, particularly at the provider level, that patients are more likely to see people who look like them. We need program managers who look like the communities that are suffering from the burden of disease. So absolutely agree that part of the considerations for hiring needs to include diversity, and that should be embedded in the legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Krofa. I'm a man of science. I like to measure things. And if you can measure it, then there's a way you can improve it. So how can we measure societal improvements in health equity catalyzed by ARPA-H?
We need metrics. Earlier, we talked about we need a strategic plan. I would add that we need metrics. We need specific metrics for programs that are identified, for which populations may benefit, and for what outcomes we're looking for.
And how would ARPA-H guarantee that products developed through their pipeline are made available and affordable in an equitable manner to all consumers?
You know, that is the role of the private sector. We talked a bit earlier about what the private sector offers. They offer that manufacturing, they offer that end to end. What we need to ensure early on with these high risk projects with ARPA-H is that we have the ability to reach communities that we're not reaching already. Let's talk
Well,
about
currently,
capabilities.
I understand it's the private sector, but in the private sector, oftentimes people who can't afford a certain price are left out of life-saving remedies that they have no choice over whether they live or die if they don't get the life-saving remedies. So government has a role in influencing and incentivizing equity and promotion. So I hope that as Ms. Krofa, that ARPA-H can help advise on ways that we can promote equity like the Biden administration has done in purchasing some of the vaccines and incentivizing the pharmaceutical companies to use 40% in underserved communities. And with that, I yield back my time.
The
Yes,
gentleman
I'll just
yields
add
back.
one more comment.
Oh, I'm
Just
sorry.
one more comment on that last point, which is just to say that the regulatory piece of the collaboration with ARPA-H is quite critical. We need FDA, who is responsible for the review and approval of those products, to make sure participants are diverse. And that's what I would add to that picture.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter. Oh, you want to take Mr. Curtis first? Wonderful. Mr. Curtis, good to see you. You're recognized for 5 minutes for your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Ranking Member. Well, those who know me know I'm excited to have another chance to brag about the community in Utah and our advances in life sciences and the great things that we're doing there. Utah BioHive and Utah healthcare system is very active and very healthy. As a matter of fact, BioHive is made up of about 14,000 companies across the state of Utah. And I'm really confident that it's been a really dynamic and powerful combination of public-private investment and success. And I've got to tell you, I'm just really pleased with the panel that we've had here today. I've really enjoyed the discussion. And I feel like there's a strong sense that we all want to do something and we all want to do the right thing, and that we're here to have a thoughtful discussion about what that is. And from the tone of my questions, I wouldn't want anybody to imply that I'm opposed to ARPA-H. I just have questions that I want to have resolved in my mind. And maybe, Dr. Miller, if I could start with you. I'm reminded as we talked today about a famous quote from Ronald Reagan that he made famous. The most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." And it feels like sometimes Congress wants to solve all our problems by throwing a lot of money at it. And instead of analyzing maybe what we could be doing to more facilitate what's happening in the private sector. So I wonder if we should also be talking about less regulation, faster approval process, how removing incentives, like I think HR 3 does, impacts, less giving away of IP, as I think we've done with COVID, and less competition. And if I understand some of what's happened today, it almost feels like ARPA-H could come into Utah and compete with some of my private investors, right? Maybe in an IP or otherwise. So could you just talk about, is that a possibility? And what could we be doing to Dr. Ling, I loved your passion when you talked about unleashing this power, right? But I got to tell you, having spent most of my time in the private sector, I feel the same way about the private sector. And what can we do, Dr. Miller, to fully unleash the private sector?
Thank you, Representative Curtis, for that question, and good to see you. A couple things. First of all, a $6.5 billion investment in biomedical research does not counterbalance the threat of administrative pricing in drug markets. So that doesn't really compute for me. I think you're right. This could potentially actually misplace or displace the private sector. I hear phrases like time-gated, performance metrics, fail early, holding program managers responsible. All that sounds like is what I hear my colleagues from pharmaceutical companies and device manufacturers saying. So I worry that ARPA-H will be potentially directly displacing them. I think we have to look at regulatory barriers, as you said. The Medicaid drug rebate program is one, for example. We have these high-cost million-dollar therapies, and we want equitable access to them for everybody. Well, the Medicaid drug rebate program means that if you have a value-based contract and your pharmaceutical company doesn't meet the milestone and the value is $0, that means the price for your drug is $0. So I think we need to address barriers like that.
Thank you. There's been a pretty healthy debate, but I'd kind of like to give Ms. Krofa a chance to weigh in on this, or any of you that would like to. This concept of is the best place for this under NIH. And I just got to tell you here again, from a business perspective, you typically would not put an organization that you wanted very different under an organization that the culture was so different. So Ms. Kofi, you seem to disagree with that. I'd love to hear from you and any of the else that want to weigh on that haven't had a chance to express your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Congressman. And I do seem to be in the minority view, at least with my panelists on this topic. So I do appreciate you pointing that out. My perspective comes from a few different places. One is what we just experienced coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. Absolutely agree in terms of the culture within NIH really is a culture that allows us to do scientific discovery. But what we saw differently during COVID was NIH put together public-private partnerships through Active, through RADx, that helped us achieve in really a tremendously short amount of time, movement in vaccine and therapeutics that really translated into saving of lives. If we can take those platforms and leverage those learnings, there is an opportunity for ARPA-H to succeed and do well within NIH, but with safeguards, right? I talked earlier that we absolutely need those safeguards. We need to make sure that there is a level of independence, which
I regret that we're out of time, so I'm going to cut you off before I get cut off. Once again, before I end, would just like to thank the discussion. I think has been healthy and vibrant, and I appreciate being part of it. Madam Chair, I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair is now pleased to recognize the gentlewoman from Washington, another one of our wonderful doctors, Dr. Schreier.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our panelists for coming today. I am very excited to talk with all of you about the prospect of ARPA-H. And I think I can speak for all of us when I know just how remarkable it was when the power of the federal government joined with private industry to rapidly roll out, develop and roll out coronavirus immunizations. And we had shots in arms in less than a year, and that was remarkable. And it is this sort of power that we're looking to harness in ARPA-H. This presents such tremendous opportunities, specifically for my home state of Washington, for the researchers who are working on things like CAR-T gene therapies and precision medicine and more. And in my state, innovative researchers spent more than 8 years pioneering personalized cancer immunotherapies for patients with lymphoma that hadn't responded to traditional treatment. And that CAR-T therapy represents not just another treatment or the last-ditch effort, but it is a cure, as we've seen recently, as that immunity lasts a lifetime and will continue to kill any residual cancer cells that might arise. I'll tell you that another brilliant Washington researcher is studying the ways we might be able to tailor medicine according to individual genomes and phenomes. So using genetic information coupled with environmental factors, this theory can inform, even from infancy, a child's lifetime risks for disease and give parents, and then that child later, the tools to mitigate those risks and keep them well. So Dr. Yamamoto, I wanted to ask a few things. If you wouldn't mind answering briefly about how ARPA-H could impact just everyday people in Washington state. Like, in your opinion, would ARPA-H be a catalyst for expanding CAR-T gene therapy, maybe to see if it'll work in solid tumors?
Thank you. CAR-T therapy is, in many ways, as powerful and amazing and important as it is really the tip of the sword for being able to do cell engineering that enables us to develop cell therapies that deliver needed therapeutics to the point of action, to the exact cells that are responsible for the disease, for example. And so I think that there's every possibility that under an ARPA-like management, that cell therapies could be developed that will definitely be able to serve people throughout your state and throughout the country and world, in fact, because they provide the kind of targeting that allows for early diagnosis, for highly effective therapy early in the state in disease, and that sort of detection and treatment is really what's needed in order to really counter disease. Early detection and focused, targeted treatment.
And speed is of the essence, right? I mean, 8 years to get CAR-T, it's remarkable in one sense, but with the force that we put into Operation Warp Speed, imagine what we could do for, say, pediatric solid tumors, brain tumors, where they just don't have time.
I'll just add that in fact there's a project at UCSF actually being undertaken right now to be able to use CAR-T therapies in glioblastoma, a very important and devastating brain disease.
That's phenomenal. Thank you. I wanted to also ask, in your opinion, as we talk about precision medicine, and I think of this as a doctor and who's enrolled in studies, we had to work really hard to get a diverse population in vaccine studies. I was wondering how precision medicine could make a difference specifically for health outcomes for women and people of color.
It's essential that, so precision medicine, as you know, really capitalizes on being able to aggregate and integrate and analyze vast amounts of data about many, many different individuals right, to be able to gain the knowledge that will allow us to be able to then take a focused approach to a given disease. And collecting that data then in a way that is equitable then becomes very essential. Clinical trials in this country have not been carried out in an equitable fashion, and it's the reason that we have then found at the end of the day disparities that are very damaging, and at the root of them is the failure to be equitable in collecting the information and analyzing it.
I only have 10 seconds left, so I just want to say as a pediatrician how exciting all of this is when I think about my patients, patients with autism, patients with threatening diseases, and prospects for them. We can find cures through something like ARPA-H. So thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Schreier. Now, who is next? Okay, the gentleman from Georgia, the pharmacist on our subcommittee. You have 5, the only one too, that's right. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Carter, for questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank all of you for being here. I want to start, and bear with me here before I get into my questions, but it seems like we had a bullying problem with this administration. I mean, our first witness that was supposed to be here this morning is not here because he resigned last night because of supposedly bullying. Dr. Fauci, another example of bullying. Bullying us into having to take vaccines and having to wear masks, all examples of bullying. You look at Dr. Kessler and Dr. Levine bullying governors into not using monoclonal antibodies, which have been proven to be effective, and then limiting the supplies of those. The administration bullied Americans into not using ivermectin, calling it a horse dewormer, when actually it has worked for many people, been effective. And then you've got U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai, who's tried to bully American pharmaceutical companies into giving their intellectual property free of charge to China. You know, there's a common theme here, and it's bullying. And it needs to stop with this administration. Now that I got that off my chest, Dr. Miller, I want to ask you, you know, we've got a lot of serious public health challenges in this country. There's no question about that. And I recognize that in my 30-plus years of practice in pharmacy. And we need innovation. We need treatment innovation for lymphedema, cancer, hypertension, and all kinds of things. But I'm especially concerned about the prevalence of antimicrobial resistance and the need for new medications. ARPA-H proposal suggests an entirely new department is needed to address the lack of cures and treatments for these issues. And one of our colleagues on this committee, Morgan Griffith, had recommended the book, The Perfect Predator. I don't know if you've read that or not, but I'm right in the middle of it, and it's a fascinating, true story, fascinating read. But I will tell you, NIH gives out billions of dollars every year to different agencies, to different companies, and I get it. I understand what their role is and what they're supposed to be doing here, but sometimes you have to wonder if we're getting the return on our taxpayers' money that we should be. And it looks like there's a lack of transparency and accountability at the NIH, and it's concerning to a lot of us. Dr. Miller, what can Congress do? What could we do to reform and modernize NIH and its mission for advanced research before opening an entirely new department as has been proposed?
Thank you. I think this brings just a couple core questions to us about sort of how to run a research enterprise. Like my colleagues have all said, and I agree with, you want to minimize bureaucracy, right? So just blowing that bureaucracy away, why is the grant guide 154 pages long? I mean, that's longer than most people's grants. Could you imagine writing a grant in response to that? So I think blowing that away, creating a culture of risk tolerance and that culture of tolerating failure and supporting failure as we think about platforms, as we think about new big ideas. All these principles that my colleagues are mentioning are principles that we should try and integrate into the NIH, and we need to change that culture.
Well, thank you for that. And let me ask you, again, Admiral Joar, is he with us?
Yes, he
Admiral
is.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask you, I've mentioned my concerns about the prevalence of antimicrobial resistance to drugs that are currently on the market, and I've certainly witnessed this in my practice of pharmacy throughout the years, and the overuse of antibiotics, the lack of pharmaceutical companies investing into research and development for new antibodies. I believe it's like the early 80s, the last that we had. And we need to address that. We have got to address that in this country. And I'd rather government stay out of it, but at the same time, I don't know how we're going to afford not to. We've got to stimulate this in some way. But looking back on your time at HHS, Admiral, I wonder if you can fill us in on why BARDA and other federal agencies aren't equipped to address these needs. Is there room for reform at BARDA and NIH and other research programs in the federal government to address these type of gaps?
Well, thank you, and it's good to see you again. And I'm a big pharmacist fan, and I think ARPA-H could do a lot to support pharmacy and distribution of care. These are fundamentally different organizations. BARDA has turned into, and it is fine, a truly advanced development group on a limited mission set that is for biodefense. So you see investments being made, like taking an underlying technology that might have been developed by DARPA and making sure it gets approval for influenza, or making sure it gets approval for COVID. So it's in a fundamentally different operating space. And I would say its processes are highly bureaucratic and not really that quick, agile type of program. On the other end, you have the NIH, which we've discussed very much. So there is, of course, room for reform across the board, but that bridging of the gap that ARPA-H can do, not to displace the private sector, but to empower the private sector, to decrease risk for the private sector, to create technologies that a rising tide will raise all boats. This is all the kinds of things that ARPA-H will do. And let me just say, in terms of equity, we talk a lot about cures. Just as you and I talk so much about distributing healthcare by using pharmacists, I think the explicit goal of DARPA should be to get care and prevention in the homes, particularly of the underserved and the rural. That may not be as sexy as curing stage 4 cancer, but it is vitally important and is along the lines of distributing equitable health care and meeting people where they are.
Thank you, Admiral, and I thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Let me just say we have 2 votes that are up on the floor, so we're going to have to go over to vote. We have 2 for Mr. Crenshaw came in. That's 5 plus a wave on. Let's take 2 more members, and then we'll recess. I think our witnesses need a break as well, and then we'll come back to take the questions of members that have not been recognized yet. So at this point, I'll recognize the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, for her 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today and for this hearing. I want to take some time to discuss ARPA-H's relationship to existing efforts by the National Institutes of Health. The NIH has run large, complex programs before using DARPA-like approaches to drive highly managed, use-inspired breakthrough research. For example, the NIH Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostics, RADX initiative, utilized an innovative funnel approach to rapidly advance promising COVID-19 diagnostic technologies. Other NIH programs have similar goals to ARPA-H, such as the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences and the Accelerating Medicines Partnership. The ARPA-H program then will need to complement NIH's existing research portfolio rather than duplicate it, as we've heard in this hearing today. Ms. Crofa, can you explain how you see ARPA-H complementing NCATS and other research programs at NIH, and how can its structure avoid redundancies to existing programs?
Thank you so much for that question. And in fact, you just referenced some good examples from NIH about use-driven research that would be applicable in the ARPA-H context. I referenced in my prior talk that we need to look at Rad-X and the model that was used in Rad-X as a potential for what ARPA-H could mean and be in an NIH context. So I agree with you that those particular case studies, learning from NCATS, learning from AMP, learning from Rad-X, are absolutely great examples in terms of NIH has performed these types of activities before, and they could be successful in the future. Again, with those guardrails that we talked about and the independence that's needed.
Great. Now, one of the cornerstones of federal supportive research has been around the use of peer review, which plays a critical role in determining project merit and ultimately whether a project is supported. Dr. Yamamoto, can you speak to how peer review will be leveraged at ARPA-H, and how is it different from the process leveraged by NIH and other federal agencies?
Well, if we learn from DARPA, what we know is that there's not actually peer review there, but it doesn't mean there's not review. There's extensive review, and that one of the powers of an ARPA agency will be that it will gain expertise and input and advice, not just from peers, those that are actually carrying out the kind of work that is being proposed, but those from across the research spectrum, gaining experts from different agencies within the federal government, something the NIH doesn't do, and being able to establish a judgment about the kinds of programs they will undertake and being transparent about it. So there will actually be extensive review within the ARPA agency. That's what we've learned from DARPA, very powerful mechanisms that work very, very well.
Do you think it'll be more of a collaboration approach? Is that what you're saying?
Collaborative in the sense that you're bringing voices in from different groups that are not voices that are not tapped in the NIH peer review system. Remember that it's an important, I think, distinction to make, that what NIH is trying to do is knowledge discovery, and that really the best way to do that, we now know from many decades of experience, is to give working scientists their own head in what the problems that they choose to study, using the drive of their curiosity to understand something, to do that. And so peer review of just calling on other fellow scientists to make a judgment about the merit of a given proposal actually works very well. And as Francis Collins has said, it tends to be conservative because peers are the ones that made the existing paradigms that are going to be defended. They'll choose things that are relatively high feasibility, so higher risk projects are not as well celebrated within the NIH. Those are problems. They're problems that I think can actually be solved by modifying the peer review system. But the ARPA system actually depends on being able to cast a wide net, get out into the communities and listen to what is needed and what's available and what's possible in order to bring together groups to build the kinds of capabilities that Dr. Ling talks about.
Well, I think your testimony has been so helpful and important for us today to understand that collaboration is going to be essential, and it's distinct from the other NIH efforts. And I think that's an important distinction. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
We thank you. Let's see if we can get 2 more in. Is that all right with you, Brett? Okay. The chair is pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the ranking member. Thank you to the witnesses for being here for this really important subject. It's fascinating to all of us, and I think there's certainly broad agreement that we need to do more to help biomedical innovation and healthcare innovation. There's a lot we can do. I do have concerns about the ARPA-H proposition, that it may be duplicative, and that it doesn't address some of the problems with innovation and the core problems with CMS, with the FDA. You know, I wonder if that valley of death is really lack of funding or problems with the FDA and CMS not agreeing to pay for a particular project or treatment. For Dr. Miller, if ARPA-H will cover investment when the private sector fails, we have to ask the question, why is private sector not not investing in a particular product. Okay, so why wouldn't they want to invest in a particular project?
Thank you, Representative Crenshaw. I get proposals from biotech companies and device manufacturers probably every week, and I read them, and usually my answer is no, this isn't going to go anywhere, and it's not necessarily because it's not a good scientific idea, but because, one, there's usually not payment policy framework for it. I mentioned the Medicaid drug rebate program earlier. That's a common barrier for these sort of curative dream-type therapies that we'd like to see that can cure rare diseases. I think other things are, like at the FDA, we don't have a pathway for software-driven medical devices, and so you're not going to develop that product because there's no path to market. If we want to turn into the Borg, which would be great, I could run faster, I wouldn't have to worry about getting a knee replacement eventually, and other things, those products aren't there, and no one's going to create them because you invest hundreds of millions of dollars, years of time, untold thousands of human hours of labor, and then you don't get FDA clearance because the FDA says, oh, am I going to evaluate this as AI? Am I going to evaluate this as machine learning? Am I going to evaluate this as software as a medical device? Am I going to evaluate this as a traditional medical device? And should it go through all 4 offices before it gets cleared? So I think a lot of these are regulatory barriers, and we have to address them.
And maybe I'll move the question to Dr. Ling. Is there anything in these proposals that would change that? I mean, what assurances could ARPA-H give to therapeutic developers that their product might be greenlit by regulatory agencies?
Well, that's a wonderful question, Congressman. Thank you for it. Part of it, again, comes from is that there needs to be innovation at all levels. CMS needs to innovate. FDA needs to innovate. CDC needs to innovate. NIH needs to innovate.
Okay.
Within these different groups to keep up with the 21st century, because that's where we are right now, facing 21st century problems. In fact, you are correct, across the enterprise this needs to be done, but this is where ARPA-H could be very helpful.
I agree. I think there's places for that, but it does seem like we might be putting the horse before the cart here, or the cart before the horse. The horse does go before the cart. Anyway, you know what I mean. Maybe, and help us paint a picture, Dr. Ling, of if ARPA-H was created right now, in your perfect vision, do you have any examples of some projects that it could immediately undertake? I mean, who out there, what startup out there right now is just waiting for investment but just can't get any?
Thank you, Congressman. One project I think that would be very helpful to be illustrative is what I came back to before, is imaging. So right now, in the 1920s, we came up with X-ray, great. In the 1960s, we came up with CT scan, great. In the 1980s, we came out with MRI, super duper. What has happened since then? Nothing. So an ARPA-H project would be, get me an imaging platform that would have performance metrics at least an order of magnitude better than MRI. Boom. Make it so that it has to operate at room temperature. That drives cost down. Make it so that it is not using ionizing radiation, much as X-ray and CT do, so it doesn't hurt patients. What technologies can bring to bear that you can do this right now? And I'm a geek, all right? So, for example, quantum orbital resonance spectroscopy could be an example. What you want, and there are small groups doing it right now. They can't get the money to do it. Siemens doesn't want to do it. Why? Because they sell MRIs. Why in heaven's name would they do that? So it's a white space. It is a technological solution. Now, what would be the benefit of doing such a thing, you would ask, Congressman? Well, if you had an order of magnitude better performance, you could actually diagnose cancer earlier. And I don't mean just a cancer, I mean all cancers. Then you now have the opportunity of treating cancers when they're stage 1 and stage 2. We may not have to invent new drugs. We may actually improve health because we're able to do it. That's an example of building a capability. Now, you talked about the regulatory on that. You need to drag the FDA in right then and there as we start to it and say, look, this is coming. You need to come up with ways to regulate this. That's your job. But you can't bring it to them 4 years later after it's done and say, now you got to do it. You got to bring them on day one. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that end-to-end solution. And ARPA-H would call that, as much as Dr. Yamamoto said, is you've got to bring these groups together now, early. You got to bring the patients in. because they're not going to want to lie down this thing if they don't understand what the heck it is. So you got to bring them in early. You got to bring them in at the very outset, Congressman. That's in fact how DARPA does it. It doesn't tell the Marines you're going to have this new thingamajiggy. They bring them in right away and say, look, we're going to develop this thingamajiggy. You need to go how to figure out how to make it and then put it into your combat system and your tactics. So you got to do it from the beginning, Congressman. That's how you do it.
All right, I appreciate your answer, and I've gone well over. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I'm going to call on one more member because she can't return when we resume the hearing. Is the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, and then we'll break for the 2 votes. And what time should we say we'll be back, Mr. Brett?
20 minutes after the first vote, after the last vote.
Okay, but how long is that? Just to give the witnesses an idea? Well, why don't we, well, let's see what time we walk out, and then we'll better estimate the time. So the gentleman from Illinois, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Guthrie, for holding this hearing on ARPA-H. It is well established that our country faces large gaps in access to care, and that the color of your skin can determine the quality of your care and your health outcomes. Despite these inequities, Black and Latinx scientists who are well aware of the role these inequities play in their communities continue to be funded at low rates. According to the NIH in 2020, only 2% of funded NIH research project grants applications had Black or African American lead scientists, and 5% had Hispanic or Latinx lead scientists. Ms. Crofa, how can ARPA-H prevent repeating the mistakes of the past and fund a diverse pool of researchers working across biomedical and community-based settings?
Well, thank you so much for your question. It's a problem. It's exactly a problem, just as you stated. And what we need to do is to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past, which is a nice to have, but not a must have. What we typically say is write a community action plan and send us your ideas of how you're going to do outreach, but there's no accountability in the end. I think we have the opportunity to take all of the learnings that we've gone through to really put that into place with ARPA-H. We should have targets. We should say, what are the diseases that are affecting the most number of people that are bearing the highest burden of disease, and how do we innovate there? We also need to make sure that we're hiring the right program managers from these diverse perspectives. And we need to set some targets. And we need to have a patient advisory council that is diverse. I think those are issues that we just should not shortchange. We should not broaden into language that is not specific enough that we do nothing about. So I completely agree with you. I think we can write that in to make sure it happens.
So would you consider those to be metrics that would be used to determine if ARPA-H is funding a diverse pool of scientists, or are there other things you would suggest?
I do think that we need to make sure that we have metrics. Again, we do want to make sure that ARPA-H has the flexibility to pursue the science and the innovation wherever that lies. Of course, understanding that there's a public health need at the end of the day, outlining a strategic plan that includes metrics and it's transparent. What diseases and why, for whom, to what benefit, and who are we bringing along during those research studies needs to be clearly outlined. And that also needs to occur in partnership with FDA because the regulatory approval process happens there.
As you know, some of the most successful and innovative interventions to improve health come from within impacted communities. For example, community health centers, hyperlocal healthcare hubs serving marginalized patients are often the epicenter of new ideas and cutting-edge innovation, from community-based emergency departments to trauma-informed behavioral health care. How do you envision ARPA-H partnering with local communities to build upon the wealth of community-based knowledge that really already exists?
I think the program managers need to go out and not rely on the communities to come in. We have these models. We use mobile clinics to go out into the communities. We need to do listening sessions. We need to take the managers and those messages out wherever they are. We can leverage platforms that were used to communicate around COVID-19 vaccination, turn those infrastructure into opportunities to listen to the communities. But if we're going to stay in ivory towers with program managers who are all located centrally and expecting those diverse communities to come to them, that just will not happen. So I do agree with you, and I do think those messages need to be taken out on the road and to have those listening sessions with broad and diverse communities.
Ma'am, if you will, at DARPA, my program managers in my office needed to be in the office 2 afternoons per month. I want to reinforce how important it is to get out in the communities. They're not going to be cooped up. They're not going to be in an ivory tower. They can't be behind walls. They have to go interact. And the second point, and this is so important, is if you have an NIH system that ranks proposals 1 to 100 and only the top 5 get picked, you're going to lose all the diversity because they're not in the mainstream. They don't have the grantsmanship offices that Harvard or Yale or Hopkins do. The whole goal of DARPA in the review process is maybe to pick number 1 and 3, but to pick that diverse approach, number 25. That's not from, Harvard, and I'm just using that stereotypically, but might be from a community health center or might be from an HBCU. They would never make it through a traditional 1 to N review process, but having that diversity is a means to success. It is a goal in and of itself, but more than anything, it's a means to success, particularly in the health realm.
Well, thank you both so much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being witnesses, and I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're most welcome. Glad we could accommodate you. All right.
Thank you.
I think that, we're going to go over to vote. We'll recess, and we're going to try to be back here by 2:20. All right? And then I don't know, I know I have 2 members from our side of the aisle and a third that wishes to wave on. But we'll make that determination when we come back.
Unless somebody comes back.
Okay. Well, I'm not, no one's going to be penalized if they come back. They should be heard. Okay, the committee will recess until The Subcommittee on Health will now come back to order. The chair is pleased to recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for hosting this important hearing today. This bold proposal to create a new agency exclusively tasked to drive medical breakthroughs is so important because among the 9,000 or so known human diseases, there are FDA-approved treatments for only about 500 of them. To date, more than 146 drugs have been tested for Alzheimer's disease and rejected. While the first new drug for Alzheimer's in nearly 20 years was recently approved by FDA, there's still a long way to go to truly treat and prevent the progression of Alzheimer's disease. ARPA-H has the opportunity to play a critical role in revolutionizing how we prevent, treat, and cure a range of diseases with unmet medical needs, like Alzheimer's, which affects millions of families across the country, including my own. My first question is for you, Dr. Yamamoto. I'm interested in how ARPA-H could help accelerate the discovery of Alzheimer's biomarkers as a means of tracking responses to potential Alzheimer's therapies and exploring the use of digital technologies for diagnosis, assessment, and disease monitoring, among other important research initiatives. Can you discuss how Congress can ensure there is transparency around ARPA-H activities, including data sharing and the open resources development of data and information?
Thank you for that question, and let me start by saying that my dad died of Alzheimer's. So I know something about that at a very, very personal level. Everyone knows that early diagnosis is probably the clearest route to being able to cure diseases. And neurological diseases are kind of the king of the failure to be able to diagnose early. My dad died when he was 84. In retrospect, I can think back to not quite a decade before that, but a number of, let's say 8 years before, when I could then, in retrospect, begin to think, oh yeah, there was something going on, my dad. But we didn't know that. But in fact, right, there are things that are going on in the brain when the baby's born, or maybe before, right? We just don't know what they are. So the impact of being able to diagnose neurological disease early could go back to decades, 7 decades. And think of the impact that we could have in being able to cure or prevent those diseases if we knew what those early markers were. I think that ARPA has the capability, can develop the capabilities to be able to achieve such early diagnoses. As we said before, what precision medicine does is collect enormous amounts of data about lots of people and experimental organisms, to be frank, that allow us to begin to pool that information and begin to perceive biomarkers, indications of what the diseases are. So I could easily see ARPA undertaking a project where at least the access to information to be able to establish those early markers is there to have a project manager walk in and say, I think the goal is that we want to diagnose Alzheimer's 15 years earlier than we can right now. And I think we're beginning to pull together the data to be able to do that.
Thank you. Dr. Ling, part of the proposed mission of ARPA-H is to make pivotal investments in breakthrough technologies and broadly applicable platforms, capabilities, resources, and solutions that have the potential to transform important areas of medicine and health. This is a broad mission, but what do you see as some of the greatest unmet needs facing human health, and how can ARPA-H help solve some of these unmet needs?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think that Dr. Yamamoto hit it right on the head. One of the really ripe areas where a good period of investment could really make a big difference is early diagnostics. And it's just not finding the widget that is going to identify the blood marker. It is also the analytical techniques that Dr. Yamamoto spoke of. What does that mean? It means bringing in mathematicians and statisticians and physicists potentially into this discussion. It can't just be biologists and physicians. That's what an ARPA-H does. It brings in the people who are not commonly in the ecosystem into the ecosystem. Bring in the chemists, bring in the entomologists, bring in the marine biologists, bring in, honestly, no joke, the meteorologists. Who looks at data at a large ecosystem level with the techniques that they do to do something straightforward as weather? Apply those to the data sets that we are talking about right now. You don't have to rediscover the wheel, you have to readapt the wheel. That's what an ARPA-H could do. It could bring in and create a new ecosystem, Congresswoman.
Well, thank you all for your responses. I didn't get to any of my other questions, but hopefully we'll submit them. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair is pleased to recognize the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, for your 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the witnesses for sharing your testimony today. I'm pleased that we're discussing the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA-H, which will accelerate the development of life-saving treatments and cures in this country. Last week, the House passed the America Competes Act, a comprehensive package to bolster America's global economic competitiveness. And today, we turn our attention to ensuring that the U.S. remains the leader in global biomedical innovation. I'm particularly interested in understanding how the interests of the American people can be protected and how preventions and cures derived from the work of ARPA-H will be distributed equitably and ethically. One of the goals of ARPA-H is to create platform technologies upon which others can build and innovate. Admiral Gerard, based on your previous experience with BARDA, how can the U.S. government ensure that contractual agreements for the technology transfer and commercialization of products that use research sponsored by ARPA-H reflect the contributions of the American government and the American people?
Yes, thank you for that question, and it's good to work with you again. Number one, the agency needs the flexible contracting authority to put that in. One cookie cutter does not fit. And as we heard, again, other transactions, cooperative agreements, all of those things. Number two, I'd like to switch the paradigm a little bit. Instead of making sure that the next thing is distributed equitably, the next thing ought to be focused on equitable distribution as its primary goal, right? So just as an early diagnostic could be, I could see a program that says we want to assure in the next 5 years that all the underserved communities have a projected life expectancy equivalent to those who are white and affluent. Now, that's a big goal, but that's a DARPA hard goal. That's going to be prevention, preventing kidney disease, preventing hypertension, getting in the home. So I think you have to design it from the start, not just do it as an afterthought.
I love that. And it gets to the disparities issues that we've been talking about for years. What guardrails could be put in place so that technology developed within the U.S. government research funding is not exported for manufacturing overseas?
That's not going to be necessarily the purview of ARPA, but I think it's very important. Now, we talk about ARPA-H, that the things that are going to be developed are going to benefit the world, just like the vaccines for COVID. America is literally saving the world, but we want to do our best to keep that technology here. So it supports jobs here, it supports infrastructure here, that we don't get it copied by foreign, overseas, that we don't get hacked and all that gets done away. Again, these are all vital things. And again, as Jeff said earlier, DARPA has been managing this. Things that are developed now won't necessarily be public for 30 years. The technology needs to be protected. I think we have the model. I think we have to employ the model and adapt the model, but I think your concerns are incredibly right on target, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask this question of the panel and I'll call you. And if I don't get to you, if you could submit it in writing, that would be great. And how will we know if ARPA-H is successful given the lag time between product development and commercialization? And if we could start with Dr. Yamamoto.
So I think that we want to be able to look at the nature of the projects that are undertaken and think about the scope, the breadth of application that if the capability is developed. So we want things that don't focus on one disease, but things that will be effective for big clusters of them. I think that would be one measure that we could begin to apply to examining and evaluating the projects that ARPA comes forward with.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Crowfowl?
Yes, I would say understanding the impact on health outcomes through an ARPA-H program or intervention. Have we actually seen a difference in a disease or classes of disease states? And in particular, to what Admiral Gerard just mentioned, equitably across different populations who suffer disproportionately.
Great, thank you. And Dr. Ling?
I think that there are
Microphone.
metrics that we can use that are already in existence. How many patents is one of them. The second is how many have transitioned into commercial practice. That's number two. Number three is how many have transitioned into clinical use and adopted by patients. These are all metrics that have existed. DARPA, for example, has metrics looking at the dollars that they've invested and the return on investment in terms of commerce produced, and it's a 10-to-1 ratio if you don't include the internet. If you include the internet, then it becomes astronomical. So there are metrics that we can use at all different levels that can actually be brought to bear to look at metrics of success and failure, I might add.
Yes, my time has expired, but Dr. Miller?
Yeah, I think we have to look at measures that are clinically relevant. So did we change how people practice medicine? Did we change how consumers access healthcare? And then I think we also need to measure if that is distributed fairly and equitably, because frequently it is not.
Great, thank you so much. Admiral Gerard, we'll get back to you later. And again, thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, for this important hearing. I yield back.
Well, thank you for your patience and for participating. Let's see who, we have, the chair is pleased to recognize the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the witnesses here today. I'm pleased that this subcommittee is holding important discussions on the establishment of ARPA-H. Developing multiple vaccines within 1 year to effectively prevent serious illness and death from COVID-19 was unprecedented. And this outcome was made possible by significant federal investment and collaboration with the private sector. Seeing what we accomplished in such a short time to save lives from COVID-19, it only makes sense for the numerous research projects out there to receive that same level of investment and urgency. Those increased levels of investment and urgency is critical for people like my dad, who's been living with MS for 25 years and who will benefit from the next innovation or life-saving cure. However, barriers and gaps exist within the public and private biomedical research ecosystem, which can lead to the stalling or failure of innovative projects. So to address this research gap, the Biden administration has proposed the establishment of ARPA-H, and I am a big fan of the DARPA model, which ARPA-H will follow, including the groundbreaking discoveries we all know so well, internet, GPS, we could go on and on. So I'm excited to witness the groundbreaking discoveries that will come out of ARPA-H. Dr. Ling, how can we ensure the appropriate resources will be allocated toward high potential projects?
Again, it begins with the program managers and the construct of the agency itself. If we're following the DARPA model, which I totally advocate, completely and totally, what it is that program managers develop the program that they think is appropriate. Let's say using Dr. Yamamoto's case, it is for a new analytical approach that could be applied broadly across a number of different diseases. That program manager will then construct the program, what are going to be the milestones, what in fact are going to be the performer staff, and then they ask for the money. So the money isn't allocated initially. One program may get $10 million, another program might get $50 million, and another program might get $100 million. It is dependent upon resourcing properly the program and what the program hopes to achieve. As I said to you before, the most critical element is proper use of the dollars. And it's the how. I always said it before, it's the how the dollars are spent. And so what you want to do is be sure to adequately resource the performers to achieve the goals of the program as they are outlined from the get-go. The one thing you don't want to give them is time. Time is the one resource that we're not going to want to give to the performers. We'll give them money, we'll give them people, give them equipment, but not time.
I appreciate that. Ms. Krofa, I'm wondering if you could just expound a little bit on how we can ensure that, profit will not be the main driver for the development of a device, a treatment, or a technology, or a cure under ARPA-H.
Yes, thank you for that question. What's the most important as we think about these sets of challenges is to go back to that patient perspective. Where are we seeing high burdens of disease? What are the issues that are affecting that high burden of disease? What is the role of technology? What is the role of analytics? What is the role of diagnostics? How do we address those sets of issues? And then work backwards from there to really address the science and the innovation question. Once we do that, that should yield the results that we're looking for. And that's why we make sure that we translate that science into what can be accessible for those patients at the end of the day. It's not about the money. It's not about the profit motives at the end, because that's the issue why we're not seeing particular types of innovation targeted to patients who are suffering on the ground from diseases that we all know very well, that we have not made a difference in decades and decades.
Great. And then, my colleague from Delaware asked about metrics, and I think that's on all of our minds. How do we know if we're going to be successful? I guess once established, how long do you expect it to take to measure the success of the new agency through some of the metrics that were mentioned? And I know that the clock is ticking down. So Ms. Kofer, I'll start with you.
I think metrics should start from day one. How quickly does the agency get up and running? And then we should go and talk about how quickly do the program managers get established and how quickly do those projects get funded and get started? And then, of course, what kinds of science yields the outcomes over time? This could be a year, it could be 5, it could be 10 years, but the metrics need to start on day one.
Great. Well, I appreciate you all being here. I look forward to working closely with the administration and the important stakeholders as the ARPA-H proposal comes into fruition. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. It's always enlightening to hear the questions that you pose. Is Ms. Fletcher with us? Is she poised to question?
Yes, Chairwoman Eshoo.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Pleased to recognize you, the gentlewoman from Texas, Congresswoman Fletcher. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Eshoo. Thank you for allowing me this time to participate in this hearing, and thank you for holding this hearing on the proposed creation of ARPA-H. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today as well. This has been a really interesting and informative hearing. And I know I've said before on this committee, one of the reasons I was so excited to become a member of this subcommittee was because of its jurisdiction over medical research. And that is because of the community that I represent in Houston, Texas. My district lies just west of the Texas Medical Center, which is the largest medical center in the country. It employs more than 300,000 people, many of whom live in my district, including some of the researchers that have done this incredible research we've been talking about today. I know Dr. Schreier was talking a little bit about CAR T therapies earlier, and of course, Dr. Jim Allison, who won the Nobel Prize for his cancer research on this very issue, lives in my district and was my guest at the State of the Union 2 years ago. So I'm just so proud to represent these incredibly creative, innovative, thoughtful, and really pioneering researchers in my district. So I am very supportive of the ARPA-H proposal that's before us today. I'm glad to have co-sponsored both Chairwoman Eshoo's bill, the ARPA-H Act, and Congresswoman DeGette's bill, the Cures 2.0 Act. And as we've discussed throughout the hearing, the agency is modeled off DARPA, which has led to key innovations like GPS and the internet, things that we now couldn't imagine living without. And it could be that ARPA-H leads us to that next medical breakthrough that will revolutionize healthcare as we know it. But there are key differences between DARPA and ARPA-H, and one of them that's really notable is that DARPA has one major customer that helps set its priorities, right? The Department of Defense. Whereas when it comes to the biomedical ecosystem, there are various players ranging from scientists to pharmaceutical companies to patients that are setting the agenda. And all these players have a crucial role in developing biomedical solutions that improve the lives of patients every day. So I'm interested in talking more about and learning about your thoughts on the role that ARPA-H will play within this larger system. And I want to direct my first question first to Ms. Kropa. You discuss how ARPA-H must be engaged with other agencies. We've talked about that throughout the hearing, engaging with CMS and FDA. And these things are critical to advancing solutions for patients. How do you envision ARPA-H working in a collaborative manner with these other agencies?
Thank you so much for the question. I mentioned in my written testimony and earlier this morning that I believe it's critically important that we have an advisory council, an engagement with patients, engagement with industry, engagement with nonprofits, engagement with academia to listen. And of course, we need to listen throughout the country. We don't need to sit in the ivory tower, as I mentioned earlier before. I think that would be critically important to understand the kinds of issues that are motivating people to ask questions. What is holding back science for me and why? And to bring forward their solutions to inform the program managers as they outline the proposals that they put forward to the ARPA-H director.
Terrific, thank you. You also mentioned in your testimony that the private sector will be an important partner for ARPA-H. Can you discuss, and I know we've touched on it throughout the day, but with the kind of minute and a half I have left, there are varying opinions here, and we've heard some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle really want to defer more to the private sector. But can you discuss why it's so important for the private sector and other stakeholders to help work together to ensure that the project that ARPA-H supports ultimately lead to improvements in health for patients?
Yes, absolutely. The biomedical innovation is an ecosystem. It's not one actor. And each part of the ecosystem matters to all the other parts. So when we talk about the totality, that end-to-end solution set, as was outlined by some colleagues, we need R&D upstream to be connected downstream to where manufacturing occurs, and importantly, where those products end up going to patients. And that's really the role of the private sector. That last mile is an area where the private sector has significantly innovated the manufacturing capacity that we see. Even when we got the COVID-19 vaccines over the finish line, we needed vast manufacturing capacity and capabilities in order for those vaccines to reach patients. And then the delivery points, right? The retail sites, the mobile clinics, outreach to the community settings. These are all the roles that we need to engage the private sector. But also importantly, they need to bring their expertise to bear. Many of these companies are also investing in different types of technologies. They can identify where the gaps are. Data analytics is a big gap. Our data ecosystem is quite siloed. We do not talk well to each other. If you're in one hospital setting, your data is not carried over to another hospital setting. If you're in one pharmacy, your data is not carried over to the other pharmacy. How do we break down these barriers in data silos? The private sector can come forward and say, we may not be able to solve it as one company, but we can put forward a project like ARPA-H where we can break down those issues and those barriers.
That's terrific. Well, thank you so much. I see I've gone over my time, so I just want to thank you for that explanation and really reminding us all about this ecosystem and how we can accomplish so much when everyone works together. So Chairwoman Eshoo, thank you so much for bringing us together for this hearing, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman, and you should know that this big screen carries your beautiful face and voice. It's exciting, you know? We really get, with the screen, you get a real close-up. I'm glad that it's not of me, but it's wonderful to see colleagues on the big screen. Now, we're grateful to Congresswoman Diana DeGette. She's not a member of our subcommittee, but she is waving on, an important member of the full Energy and Commerce Committee and one of the authors of Cures 1.0, now with 2.0. And I want to restate my intent that ARPA-H and Cures 2.0, they are complementary, and the chair will seek to move them together so that we could advance the legislation not only through the full committee, but the full House of Representatives. It's so important that we do. And with that, Welcome, Diana, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so
If
much.
you go over a little, it's okay. We're just
Okay.
about done.
Thank you. Thank you so
Waited
much.
all day.
I'll just be happy to back clean up. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thanks for letting me wave on, although I do consider myself to be sort of an adjunct member of this subcommittee anyway. And I want to thank you for your commitment to working with me and Congressman Upton on both this important initiative, ARPA-H, and also Cures 2.0, which really have synchronicity and need to go together. When Fred and I first teamed up in 2015 to draft the 21st Century Cures Bill, we couldn't have imagined the incredible success it would have for this country. And because of that act, we have a better understanding of the human brain. We've made huge strides in regenerative medicine. We've increased funding for Alzheimer's research and cancer research. Congresswoman Trahan talked about Operation Warp Speed. Many people don't think we would have been able to get the vaccine that we did without the pathways that we had in 21st Century Cures. And as Fred likes to say, it passed out of this committee 57-0. And of course through the House and Senate. And so I want to talk both about ARPA-H and Cures 2.0 today to hear how they can work together to have even more stunning advances in U.S. Biomedical research. I'd like to start with you, Ms. Krofa. What are pathways and programs that were included in 21st Century Cures, or why are they, like the Moonshot and the Breakthrough Devices program, critical to the continued success of technological innovation?
Well, thank you so much, Congresswoman DeGette, and very much applaud the efforts for Cures 2.0 and certainly your commitment to 21st Century Cures 1.0 that passed a number of years ago. That has had a tremendous impact on the biomedical innovation ecosystem. You know, I'll start by saying the role that patients have in providing their data towards medical research, contributing their data into the ecosystem was supported through 21st Century Cures and continues to be and continues to have an impact on the landscape. At the same time, seeing the opportunity for breakthrough therapies and breakthrough designations has allowed us to see many more therapies reach the market to treat conditions like cancer and many different types of cancer that we would not have seen otherwise. And as we think about ARPA-H and the potential to merge the proposals that are in Cures 2.0 with an ARPA-H model, what it reminds me of is that close collaboration that is needed between ARPA-H and FDA, similar to what is in Cures 2.0 in terms of encouraging communication between FDA and CMS. Being able to bring that regulatory science up front at the time of determining the program or project is, and creating that regulatory science throughout that process will create clarity through the breakthrough process, will enable us ultimately to get the products created through ARPA-H into products that are approved by FDA and ultimately to patients.
Great. So what you're really saying is you see Cures 2.0 and ARPA-H as complementary, not substitutes for each other. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
And Dr. Yamamoto, I see you nodding your head yes. Do you agree?
Absolutely, I agree. And I think the thing I would add to what you just heard is that I think that I said earlier that there's nothing in the federal government that incentivizes agencies with different focused missions to really cooperate and work together. And in many ways, Cures 2.0 and Cures 1.0, but also Cures 2.0 begins to do that. It doesn't create the natural drive for collaboration that ARPA-H does, because that's what the program managers know that the only way they're going to get there is to bring together different groups.
Right. And Dr. Ling, I also saw you nodding your head. Do you agree with that?
I fully agree with that. The ultimate goal here is to improve healthcare for everybody in this country, for every American citizen. And to do that, you have to attack the entire problem in toto. ARPA-H is just a small piece. Cures 1.0, Cures 2.0, in fact, actually embrace much more of the health reform, the policy issues, working with FDA, and a number of other things that are absolutely essential to realizing this ultimate goal that we have.
And Admiral Jor, I can't see you, but I'm hoping you were nodding your head too. What's your view on that?
I actually could not agree more with you. These are not only complementary, but synergistic. They can't live without each other. And I'll just make one comment is I do believe a significant minority of program managers at ARPA-H come from FDA or NIH because they will have been frustrated at things they couldn't get done within their own agency, will come to ARPA to get it done and then return richer and the country better for it.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you to all of you for your leadership. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, I just would like to take a moment of personal privilege on something else. One of our colleagues was attacking Dr. Fauci earlier and calling him names. And I want to say that for Dr. Fauci, for all of our research scientists and our public servants who have worked hard to get us through this pandemic, including all of you, I want to say I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the advice and the science that you're relying on. And I want to apologize on behalf of the U.S. Congress that many of you have had to get security details because you have been under the threat of violence and worse. So thank you to all of our advisors and scientists for getting through this. We will continue to do that, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I thank her for not only her questions, but for to recognize the extraordinary service of people, Dr. Fauci, so many others. You know, I often think that those that are in the public sector, like he is, like so many are, they could be making millions of dollars a year in the private sector. Millions, tens of millions a year, devoted an entire lifetime to serve the American people. And, you know, whether we agree with each other or not, to that honorable servants of the people are attacked, that really has no place. That's not America. That just isn't America. So thank you for raising that. I want to thank all the witnesses. I love hearings. I have to admit that. So if I sit here for 7 hours, the only regret is that my poor ranking member that I'm dragging along with me, although he's a very, very attentive member. You have, I think, filled this room, whether you are with us virtually or in person, with very, very rich testimony and very direct answers to our direct questions. And so you have enlarged the issue that's before us, and your expertise, I think, whomever is listening in at home, that they would really be applauding the experts that we have in our country, and that you've come forward to advise the Congress you're a gift to our country, and you have added immeasurably to our thinking today and help us to improve the legislative vehicle that is before us. So on behalf of all of the members of the subcommittee, we all thank you and applaud you. Now, I need to I request a unanimous consent to enter the following documents into the record. Do you want me to read them?
No objection.
Oh, no objection. So ordered. They will be entered into the record. Our panel has completed their work today, and I think that you all deserve at least a martini this evening before dinner. Members have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record. So to the witnesses, when we get those to you, please answer as promptly as you can to any of the questions that you receive. That's it's not just appreciated, but it is an important weighing in, and we always want members' questions to be answered. So with great gratitude, at this time, the subcommittee is adjourned.